Now in session. Judge Newman presiding. Be seated.
Good morning. Anything before the jury comes?
Your Honor, we were informed this morning by the state that there are potentially 7 reply witnesses. And before we get into that, we've looked at the cases on reply, including State versus Prather, which is a 2020 case. And I want the court and I want the state to understand, and we think many of these witnesses have already testified. These are very few new witnesses. They've already testified in this case, and they're being called to reply to, the way we read the cases, new matters, new evidence, something. We have a right under the case law, State versus Watson, which is a 2003 case, 353 SC 620, 579 SC 2nd 148, to serve rebuttal. So
You said a right to?
it's discretionary with the court, but I would submit to the court that under the criteria set out in this case, you would determine that if they raised new matters, that we have a right to respond to those. Now, we're told that Dr. Reamer, their pathologist, is going to testify. And if you remember correctly, Your Honor, and I've looked at the YouTube, that's all we can get at this point, which is a video of it. Dr. Reamer's previously testified that she did not believe this to be a contact wound to the head. I submit they're going to try to repeat that testimony or elaborate on that testimony, and that was the only issue that our pathologist raised, but he believed it was a contact wound, and why. She's already testified why it wasn't a contact wound to the head, and why. So are we going to have to get our pathologist back here to counter hers if she raises some new issue? Or perhaps, Your Honor, 7 reply witnesses. It was 2, now it's 4, now it's 7. I mean, this is a process that's got to stop at some point. We're going to be here next week. There are 2 expert witnesses that have already testified in this case. Now, one of them I would concede, Ken Kinsey, they're an appropriate reply witness based on Mr. Palmbeck's testimony yesterday. But the pathologist, again, to testify it wasn't a contact wound to the head, she's already testified to that. And some of these other witnesses, law partner members, to testify what they do or do not remember about the night in question. Again, they've already asked them that on direct in their previous testimony. So this has got to end at some point. We spent 2 weeks on 2.5 weeks of the 6 weeks on financial matters. In my opinion, could have been done in a day. That's just my opinion. But I'd ask the court, as we make objections, to consider and maybe even proffer what they're going to put up before we get in front of the jury, so that Your Honor can make an evaluation before we start down that road for a half-a-day witness that may not add anything to the case. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, State's certainly aware of the scope of reply testimony as it relates to the pathologist. There are actually a number of issues on which their pathologist challenged the findings of Dr. Reamer, and she's here to explain why those conclusions are incorrect, including his reliance on particular factors, and why ultimately his conclusions are wrong. I think that's directly in the scope of reply testimony. My focus here on reply is not to just repeat testimony, but to focus on specific issues raised during the defense case, that specific witnesses have something that contradicts or puts that in the appropriate context, and that is our focus. We intend to move very expeditiously through that. But ultimately, as it relates to the pathologist, just like Kenny Kinsey, it relates specifically to the conclusions offered by the defense experts. It is not just mere repetition of testimony already received, but comment on factors identified by those defense experts and why those are incorrect.
Your Honor, Briefly. Let's take Mr. Kinsey, for instance. There was testimony yesterday that our expert believes there were two shooters. Obviously, something that he was not asked. Obviously, something that's a new matter. Obviously, proper for reply. But there are minute details, perhaps, that will be these witnesses will be questioned about. And simply because there might be a hook doesn't mean they get to go into everything. I mean, this is, again, this was an estimate, 3-week trial. We're now in week 6. This will go into week 7. It seems to me the state's position is let no dead horse go unbeaten. This has got to stop. Thank you.
Of course, the defense, of course, when we had the meeting with Judge Price, at the time, we all agreed with that estimate. It was not just the state. I realize this has gone long. I intend to move expeditiously, but the state has the right and the opportunity to do appropriate rebuttal evidence to a defense case, and that will be the focus of the testimony here today.
Your Honor, the right they have is the same right I have. It's the right you allow. I just want to make sure he hadn't got a right to do anything. Thank you.
Well, certainly the state cannot retry the entire case, but the state has the right to reply to contradict certain issues presented by the defense or certain issues of credibility. It has to be finely tailored such that we don't create a situation where the court would be compelled to allow sur rebuttal, which is almost unheard of. You mentioned State v. Prather. That was my trial. I was a trial judge in that case in Lexington County, a murder case wherein I allowed reply testimony, actually by a SLED agent. The Court of Appeals, in a 2-to-1 decision, reversed the conviction. Then the Supreme Court reversed the Court of Appeals and reinstated the conviction that was obtained before me. So it can be a controversial and contentious issue. It almost always is, because there has to be a limit to the back and forth. I'm surprised to hear the number of reply witnesses that the state says that it intends to offer. I do not know. The case is so complex. We've had so much testimony. I cannot sit here in advance and rule as to what would be appropriate and what not. I just have to deal with it on an issue-by-issue, objection-by-objection basis. And with that, I say bring the jury. Sure, thank you. Good morning. Day number 26. 26. You have heard the defense's case. Now the state gets an opportunity to reply.
May it please the court, Your Honor, the state calls Ronnie Crosby.
hand on the Bible and raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You'll have a seat on the stand. If you would state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Ronnie Crosby, Crosby.
Good morning, Mr. Crosby.
Good morning.
Just want to go over a few things very quickly in reply to some of the defense case. And the first thing I want to ask you is, you had previously testified about your close relationship with Paul, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
All right. And over the years, did you ever have call to ride around the property with Paul, yours or his?
More on my property, but some on one or more occasions at Moselle as well.
What, if anything, would y'all carry when y'all rode around the property like that?
Why? This is about Paul?
In response.
Yes, sir. This will be in specific response to the defendant's testimony and in his statements as well. I can be specific. I don't want to do a speaking response, but I can ask another question and maybe put it in focus, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right. You heard prior testimony that you don't go around looking for hogs in the daytime because they're nocturnal from the defendant, did you not? Are you familiar that that was what was said?
Objection, Your Honor, if it's based on what he's heard or seen. I mean, is this a comment made to him, or if we're going to delve into the appropriate way to hunt hogs day or night? I mean, this is not proper reply. I object.
Objections overruled.
All right. You want me to?
Yeah, if you don't mind asking a question again.
Sure. All right. The first question is, have you gone riding around the property with your property or the Moselle property with Paul before?
I have.
All right. And what, if anything, would y'all carry when you would go riding the property?
I believe the only time I rode with Paul was would have been looking for hogs, and more so on my property.
All right. And what, if anything, would you carry when y'all were looking for hogs?
Objection, Your Honor. Riding with Paul on his property, not Moselle.
Objections overruled.
Well, people who have hogs on their property, as a general rule, you would always take a rifle with you, be it day or night, because you never know when you're going to see hogs, and because they are such a nuisance, as I spoke to earlier in my testimony, you always want to be prepared to shoot them. So you would generally have some type of rifle and with you, a long gun.
Objection, Your Honor. He's giving an opinion. He's not been qualified as an expert.
Objections overruled.
All right. You've had plenty of experience in killing hogs on your property?
Yes, I would disagree with Mr. Harpootly, and I am pretty much an expert about killing hogs.
All right. And you've had plenty of opportunity to go hunting with Paul?
Objection, Your Honor. I apologize to the witness.
And you've had plenty of opportunity to go hunting with Paul or have him hunt on your property?
Yeah, yes, I've been with him, and he's been on my property many more times. I didn't go with him every time he was on my property, but that's the general rule, that you would have a rifle of some sort. Paul, as this jury's been told over and over, was fond of that .300 Blackout. I've been with him while he had it. I usually use some other type of AR-framed gun to shoot hogs.
A 223?
Well, a 223 or a 6.5 Creedmoor, which is on a AR-10 frame.
Is it common, though, to carry your rifle and look for hogs in the daytime and to see hogs in the daytime?
Yes. You don't always see them. Sometimes night's better if you're using a night vision scope, but I've killed hundreds of hogs in the daytime riding. It's just something, because there's such a nuisance in the low country and really across the state right now and across the South, that we have a rule that you don't ride the property without a rifle, because you want to try to eliminate as many hogs as you can, and we also trap them.
To your observation, did Alec have a good relationship with the local law enforcement community?
My observation was Alex had a very good relationship with Probably better than the rest of us, saving his father.
Did you on multiple occasions go over in great detail Alex's original story as to what he did on the night of the murders?
On more than one occasion, we discussed his story as I testified to, I don't know how many weeks ago that was, but it was a while.
And what, if anything, did the defendant tell you about whether or not he checked Paul and Maggie before calling 911?
My understanding of what he told me was that he checked them before he called 911.
And was he clear on that point to you?
That was clear to me.
When was the first time you've heard the defendant's latest story admitting that he was in fact at the kennels minutes before the victims were killed?
I haven't watched all of this trial like a lot of people have, but when I heard that Alex was taking the stand, I believe it was last Thursday, I did set up my workstation so that I could watch his testimony, and it would have been when he told you that he was at the kennels was the first time that I'd ever heard that.
Did Alec ever tell you that he thought the boat case had anything to do with the murders?
Consistent with what Alec told in his testimony, he specifically told me that and told us that he did not believe that anyone on the boat had anything to do with it. I don't recall any other conversations with him related to the boat case, but he specifically did not believe, and I think that's what he said last week, that anybody on the boat. But as far as anybody outside, there was a lot of speculation going on, but I don't remember ever discussing that with him.
With him?
Right, because we wouldn't know. I mean, everything beyond was, I don't know. It would have been speculation, but I didn't have a conversation with him about that.
Did you ever have a conversation with the defendant about Barrett Boulware needing money because of his illness?
And you're referring to, yes, I did in I believe it would have been June of 2018.
What was that discussion?
Barrett and Alec were what I consider to be very close.
Improper reply.
Yes, sir. The defendant during cross-examination was specifically asked about this particular transaction and that we're about to discuss, and Mr. Crosby's testimony would be in response to what the defendant said about the money, and in as much as he tried to imply that, well, Barrett kind of owed me money anyway, as justification for him stealing money from one of his best friends.
He did not ask him about a conversation he had with Mr. Crosby about that money. This isn't proper reply. This is going off on another tangent.
Overrule the objection.
Can you tell us about that conversation, please, Mr. Crosby?
Yes. And if my year's wrong, but I believe, because I didn't know exactly what you were going to ask me, and I can go back and look at documents, but I'm sure it's in one of these exhibits when that occurred, the materials that Ms. Seckinger put in. I believe in June of 2018, Barrett, who was a good friend of Alex, a lot closer to me. I think they were, in my perception, very close friends. But I had become friends with him and had done a couple of real estate transactions with him. That summer, I received a call from his son-in-law. Barrett was in the Mayo Clinic with stage 4 colon cancer.
Objection is overruled.
I do know for a fact that he was in the Mayo Clinic suffering, being treated for stage 4 colon cancer, and I received a call as to whether I could help Barrett financially.
Your Honor, hearsay, a call.
Objection's over.
Because his wife did not have enough money to stay. Barrett had some waterfront lots.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Bought a lot from him, but anyway, he had a lot that he asked if I would buy so that they would have money to be able to, for his wife to stay down in Jacksonville while he was receiving cancer treatments. And I had a conversation with Alec about that.
Tell us about the conversation you had with Alec about that, please.
I just told him, man, it's bad. You know, Barrett's looks like he's going to die, and he did die in September of that year. And he acknowledged it, and he said that it was good what I was doing for Barrett, because he knew that he was in bad financial shape and obviously bad health.
And you're obviously a member of this law firm, and your review of the records as all of this came to light, did that conversation take place around the time that the defendant was stealing some of Barrett's money?
Yes, through this investigation that y'all have heard about into the financial stuff starting in early September of 2021, we started going through a lot of files, and as part of that process, somewhere I determined that in June of 2018, I believe, and I can't tell you the exact figure, but I believe it was a $70-something thousand insurance check that came to the firm on behalf of Mr. Boulware that didn't go through the firm. It was just Alec took it that same month that we had that conversation. And then later there was some more money taken after he died.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 575. States 575, see if you recognize that.
Is that David? Is that one of the sled agents?
Do you not recognize him?
Is that David Williams?
Well, I'm asking you.
I believe that's David Williams.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 575 into evidence.
Objection, relevance.
What is the relevance?
Your Honor, the defendant specifically testified that when he had that initial interview with David Owen on June 8th, as he manufactured his decision to lie about such a crucial fact, it was because he thought that David Williams was the guy interviewing him. This is simply a picture of David Williams. The jury can assess the legitimacy of that claim.
Your Honor, I object. He never, ever said David Williams. He said David. That's the record. He
Objection.
never said it was that guy.
It's admitted over objection.
Can I have the element, please? All right. That's who you recognize as David Williams?
Yes, I didn't know him. I got to know him through this investigation, and I do believe he was the agent that was involved in the case with Chief Greg Alexander that was referenced.
Clearly not David Owen, though, correct?
Well, that's not David Owen.
Have you ever tried cases with Alec?
I handled a lot of cases with Alec. I believe the only case I tried to jury with Alec was actually here in this courtroom.
Did you observe him being able to get emotional during that closing argument?
Yes, as a couple months ago when we talked and you asked me what kind of lawyer Alec was, and I told you he was a good lawyer, and one of the things that I think I explained to you was that he was a theatrical type presence in the courtroom, and he could get very emotional doing closing arguments in front of a jury.
Thank you. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
I hate to go here, but let's talk about hog hunting, which I know nothing about, okay?
want to go there then.
I've been here so long, I think I probably do need to learn how to hog hunt. But I guess my first question is this. Did you ever ride Moselle with Alec? Did you ride around Moselle with Alec?
Probably. I know I dove hunted there, so I believe I rode on a Ranger, but I don't ever remember doing much riding with Alec at Moselle. But I know I dove hunted there, and sure I rode in a Ranger or some type of ATV with Alec, but I don't have a specific.
Well, when you're riding around dove hunting, you got a gun with you, right?
You would?
Would you take a shotgun to hunt dove?
Yes.
Would you take an AR weapon too?
No.
Why? I mean, them hogs are out there, right?
Well, they don't usually come in a dove field when you're shooting dove. So
Well-
I don't know. You just wouldn't, Mr. Hartpootlian, typically. I mean,
But daytime, you're riding around the property, you got a shotgun. You got a slug in that shotgun, or you using birdshot?
you would shoot birdshot.
Okay. So if a hog came up, nothing you could do.
If a hog came into a dove field with a bunch of dove hunters,
Well, maybe
they
you're
would
on your
shoot
way.
at him regardless.
Maybe you're on your way to the dove field. You don't. The dove field's not right next to the house, is it?
Yes, it's right within a few hundred yards.
Bordered by the swamp?
The swamp's on one end of it, yeah.
Okay. And where do the hogs live during the day, primarily?
Well, they can live in the swamp, they can live in a bay, they could be anywhere, but largely in the swamp.
The swamp. So a hog could have come out of that swamp,
Yes.
and you were unarmed.
As I said, if a hog came in a dove field near somebody dove hunting, they would probably shot it with birdshot.
Would that kill a hog?
If it was close enough, but unlikely.
But unlikely. So you have, in fact, ridden around Moselle without a gun to kill a hog, appropriate gun to kill a hog.
Well, yes, if I was going over to the dove field, I wouldn't have one.
But you've never ridden as Paul and Alec did that afternoon, just looking at different, like where deer, what do they call them? Where they plant stuff for deer?
Food plots?
Yeah. Or looking around at how these fruit trees were doing. Remember the Snapchat video?
I've never done that with Alec, and that I recall, but I could have in the past, but I don't have a specific recollection.
Or where they planted some corn for, I guess used corn for deer and ducks?
You do, but you don't plant them in the same spot.
No, I get that. One would be near a pond or in a pond or around a pond.
Correct, they had a duck pond.
Right, and then others would just be out where the deer might come out and try to feed, right? Look, we don't need to go there.
Yeah, I don't think, yeah.
Okay, but you've never rode around like that with them, looking at different plantings and that you remember.
I don't have a specific recollection of doing that with Alex.
Okay, but would you're not telling this jury that they would do that without a blackout? Would it bother you or offend you or scare you that they're riding around the property during the daytime without the blackout?
No, I was answering questions about what's normal if you're looking for hogs or if we're just riding my property. Most people carry a gun, but no, I have no idea what they had with them or what they were doing.
And I think Alec testified they were looking for signs of hogs because you could come back. It'd be a lot easier to find those hogs at night, right? They come out more likely at night than they do during the day.
They can become nocturnal when they have a lot of pressure, but as I said before, we've shot a lot of hogs in the daytime.
Sure.
You can ride up on them and yeah.
But has anybody testified they were out looking to shoot hogs that afternoon?
I don't know what all the testimony's been in this
Okay.
trial.
All I'm saying is there seems to be some implication they would not ride around the property without an AR or some sort of blackout. You can't testify to that, right?
I cannot.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what you heard from Alec the night of June 7th. You would agree with me that, well, let's ask it this way. Your practice is primarily personal injury, is that correct?
It is.
catastrophic injuries?
Well, I handle a lot of catastrophic injury cases.
Cases, for instance, where a husband and wife are riding down the road and hit by a tractor trailer. And by way of example, maybe you could give me something more specific. Husband's killed, wife's severely injured. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Now, is it your experience in people who undergo, maybe they're not hurt, but their loved one is hurt, maybe killed, in that situation, that's a traumatic experience for the surviving person, correct? To see their loved one killed?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you sit down with those folks and begin to recount with them what happened that night, oftentimes, I do a little work like you do, oftentimes those folks misremember or get times wrong, or because they went through this very traumatic experience, and the closer to that experience, the more likely they are to get some things wrong. Times, for instance. Is that your experience?
They can, but I also find that people who have been involved in traumatic experiences try to be very accurate with the details because they know it's important to me representing them.
And typically, you don't go out to the scene of the crime and interview, or the scene of the accident and interview them that night, do you? Typically?
Well, typically you don't because you don't know it's happened.
Well, sometimes in the old days they used to do that, but they don't do that anymore, right?
That would be very rare.
So you're seeing them in your office weeks later?
It can be days, can be weeks.
Okay. And in that atmosphere, it's a little more conducive to them being as accurate as possible, right?
It is, but oftentimes we also have the benefit of recorded interviews when there's a catastrophic injury. Typically, the highway patrol will try to interview people as quickly as they can, and they will. We oftentimes have it on video off a dash cam or sometimes body cam, but and a lot of times written statements.
And written statements from witnesses who saw it happen.
Correct.
And so when you interview those people, they have the benefit of reviewing whatever you have to help them get a better recollection of what happened, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the instance you're talking about where Alec told you he turned him over before he made the 911 call, whatever it was, I'm not quite sure. Before, I think is what you said. If that would be inconsistent with something he says later on, after having reviewed other people's statements, looking at video, that would not be unusual in your business. I think you just said it would not be unusual, correct? Strike that.
You're
Strike
trying
that.
to take me somewhere that you probably don't want to.
Oh, no, I think I want to.
Answer the question.
Withdraw the question. Let me ask you this question. Maybe this gets to the meat of matter here. Have you had to come out of pocket to pay back the money he stole?
Yes, and if you...
How much? And don't tell me you don't know.
Well, we're still counting, Mr. Hart-Bootley.
Well, how much have you paid so far?
We have had to borrow millions to pay back.
No, how much have you had to come out of pocket?
Well, when you borrow it, you got to pay it back, and I couldn't tell you how much has exactly been paid back as of we sit here today. But
10
yes,
million.
and if you're implying that I would come in here and somehow shade truth in any way because of that, I would take high offense with that, Mr. Hart-Bootley.
I'm concerned about your high offense. Are you angry at him for stealing your money?
I have no feeling one way or the other.
You don't have any feeling about Alex Murdaugh betraying you and stealing your money. I admire you. I don't know that I could look beyond that.
Objection, Your Honor.
It's sustained. It's not a question. The jury is to disregard the argument.
You are not angry with Alex Murdaugh?
I have had anger with him, extreme anger, Mr. Hart-Bootley, because of what he did to my law firm, my partners, my client, his clients, our clients, what he did to his family, what he's did to so many people. Yes, I experienced a lot of anger. But you can't walk around with anger. You have to find a way to deal with it and move forward. And I have done that. And if you suggest You are dead wrong if you think I've come in here and told this jury something because of money. When we're talking about two people who were brutally murdered, then you're headed in the wrong direction.
Do you think he did it?
I don't have an opinion. I don't have the benefit of the materials you have.
Well, let me ask you this. You're angry with him, stole millions of dollars from your firm. You admit your firm's not even called the Murdaugh firm anymore, right?
It is not. I don't admit that I'm angry right now. I told you I've gotten away from that. I don't have any feelings because you can't walk around with anger. I have been very, very angry about it because of what he's done. And he did it in a very callous way, a very deceitful way.
And you carry no, I'm sorry, maybe I just saw some anger there. Were you angry just a moment ago?
No, you keep trying to push a question and don't want to accept my answer, which is what it is.
That you've just given your Zen, your Nirvana, your whatever the...
Your Honor, objection.
Mr. Harpootlian,
forgiven him?
I came to the scene of these murders to support my partner. I was there. I saw things that hadn't even been talked about in this courtroom. I was there. I love Paul very much. I thought I knew who Alec was. I did not. And it's hard to you might not understand, but it's hard to walk around with anger, and hard to even walk around with it when it's with somebody who you didn't know and didn't understand. So you might have be that way, but you know, I've got to function, I've got a family, I've got to move on with life.
Were you aware that he went to rehab in 2017?
I was not,
Really?
other than what was said by Alec in this courtroom.
You never were aware he had a drug problem?
I was unaware.
Okay. Sort of.
And if I would have been known, I would have tried to help him.
You indicated that he could be emotional in trying a case, correct?
He could be. He was theatric, much like his father and grandfather had a courtroom theatrics, and he could be emotional.
Any of your other partners that way? Johnny Parker?
No, Johnny's quite the opposite. Johnny's very
Laconic, I believe, is the best way to describe it.
he doesn't show emotion.
Nobody else in your firm was theatric or emotional?
Not to Alex's level.
You don't know any other lawyers in the state that go to that level?
You're asking me a question right now. I don't know. You might yourself. I don't know. I don't know what other lawyers do. I'm usually trying cases against defense attorneys, so I don't get to see plaintiffs' lawyers anymore.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you for. Well, let me ask you one last thing. This Bullware guy that he stole all the money from, Mr. Bullware, remember him?
Yes, I remember him.
How much money did you steal from him? Do you remember?
He stole $70-something thousand in June of 2018. Mr. Bulwer died in September, I believe, of 2018, and I believe another $270-something thousand after Mr. Bulwer's death, sometime in or around February of 2019.
Have you and your partners paid Mr. Bulwer's estate or his folks back?
Yes, I met with them personally.
Okay. And even though it's cost you your firm and it's cost millions of dollars to you, you have forgiven him? You bear him no ill?
I didn't say I forgave him.
You're just not angry about it anymore?
I said I have no feelings. And I had to work on that, Mr. Harpootlian. You know, when you go through what we've gone through, not only the trauma of losing people we loved in a double homicide, seeing the aftermath, and then learning that someone you've worked with for more than 20 years had been stealing throughout a period of time and deceiving us, there's a lot of emotion there. And yes, it was bad in the fall of 2021, and I have found a way to have no feelings. It's not forgiveness, it's just I don't have any feelings.
You're not angry here today? You're not angry at him at all?
I'm not angry. If I raise my voice, it's only because of the implication that you were trying to
The
make
implication
out of it.
that you might not want to help him in front of this jury here today because let me finish the question, because he destroyed your firm, he stole millions of dollars you had to pay back, he deceived you. All that's away and is not influencing your testimony here today at all. If you'd answer that yes or no, then you can explain.
All those things happened, and it does not influence my testimony. I take the oath that I just took very seriously, and if you got any indication that anything I said was inaccurate, I'll be glad to address it with you.
Well, the jury can judge that. Thank you.
How long did you know Alec?
Since the late 90s.
And knowing what you know now, was he able to look you in your eye and lie convincing to you day in and day out?
He did.
And was he able to look juries in the eye and display emotion?
Objection, Your Honor. That is not appropriate redirect, and it's leading.
The objection is sustained.
Mr. Harpootlian asked you about some of the things that you have gone through. And is your issue with Mr. Harpootlian's questioning the implication that you would come in and shade things in front of this jury?
Objection, leading.
What is your concern with Mr. Harpootlian's questioning of you? Can you express that to the jury, please? All that he just went through with you, sitting up on the stand, having to deal with this, what is your problem with what he was trying to say?
Well, I fortunately, to start with, I took an oath to tell the truth. But we as lawyers also have oaths and obligations to a court. And it goes a lot deeper than just that oath. We are bound by rules of professional conduct, ethical rules that I take very seriously as a lawyer. To my knowledge, I enjoy a very good reputation as far as being a person of integrity. And that's what I took issue with, is him attempting, because he cannot impugn my integrity.
That's fair. Would you take a .22 if you went out looking for hogs?
Possibly a .22 Magnum, which is a long rifle.
Which is a long rifle?
Yes.
You take a long rifle, not a pistol, is that correct?
Yeah, I would never. I'm not a good shot with a pistol, but I would never take a pistol.
And what was Paul's favorite gun for shooting hogs with?
I knew he always had a .300 Blackout, but I don't know if he shot him with anything else.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I just can't leave this alone. Is the .300 Blackout that's in evidence his favorite? The .300 Blackout with a thermal scope on it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Step down. We'll call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Reamer.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Can you have a seat on the witness stand? You will state your full name again, please, and spell your last name for the record.
Yes. It's Dr. Ellen Reamer, R-I-E-M-E-R.
And just to advise the gallery, if everybody could seal the monitors, please, and the media be advised of that. Dr. Reamer, I want to move through this. Yes. And Dr. Reamer, I don't know if I'm necessarily even going to put them up on the screen. I am going to show you some images. I know the jury have seen these, and I don't want to belabor the point, and I want to move quickly. But just very quickly, you've been previously qualified as an expert in this trial in forensic pathology. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've done how many autopsies? Remind the jury, please.
Around 5,500. Since I was last here, I've done a few more.
You actually conducted the autopsies of Paul and Maggie in this case?
Yes, I did both of the autopsies at the request of the Colleton County coroner, who called MUSC Forensic Pathology, requesting autopsies on 2 individuals that died under his jurisdiction. I was not asked by the prosecution to perform an autopsy. It was an independent autopsy.
Your autopsy is independent. You're not hired by the prosecution or law enforcement or anything like that?
No, it's just at the request of the coroner.
All right. You've had a chance to hear the testimony of the pathologist for the defense that testified yesterday?
Yes.
All right. I want to ask you a couple of general questions and then move specifically to some of the conclusions that individual reached. But just very quickly, with skin tags, can you tell me the reliability of that in determining directionality just as a general matter?
Yeah, well, we look at these things, but just like every other thing at, finding at the autopsy, we take it in the context. So sometimes skin tags support your findings, and sometimes they're not really so reliable. So, skin tags don't tell you necessarily the direction of a wound, especially going through very soft tissue.
All right. And I'm going to show you a couple of exhibits that have been previously introduced in this particular case. I'm going to try to be very careful with these. I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits, defense exhibits, 159, 160, and 161. And if you could take those out and just tell me if you recognize those. And again, please be mindful of the direction in which those images are presented. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yes, I've seen these.
All right. And what are those images of?
They're autopsy photographs of Maggie.
All right. You heard the testimony of the defense pathologist who testified yesterday that the directionality of the injury to the side of Maggie's head with the associated injury to the breast and the abrasion actually was coming from the top down as opposed, and I say top down as if somebody's standing upright, as opposed from going towards the bottom of the body up, correct?
Yes, that's what I said.
And can you please look at the images that you have and explain to the jury your conclusions and why that defense pathologist is incorrect, who didn't conduct the autopsy to begin with, why he's incorrect?
Okay. Do you want me to show the photos?
You can, and let's just go ahead and put them up on the screen. So I'll take them. And if you could step down, please, if that's okay with your arm. And first, I'm going to show Defense Exhibit 160. Are we secure? We good? All right. All right, and that's Defense 160. And Dr. Reamer, if you can again explain to me your specific findings and how they relate to the testimony from yesterday.
Yes. So we have the abrasion on the left shoulder, clavicle area, and then we have an entrance defect in this left side of the face. We can see a hole there. It's a hole. And there was a defect in the left temporal lobe of the brain, which was included in my autopsy report. That could only have happened from that being an entrance wound.
Okay. And you mentioned during your testimony the concept of a diastatic fracture. Does that in any way relate to your conclusion in this regard?
Yeah, well, a diastatic fracture is when there's a separation of skull bones along suture lines which solidify during childhood. And usually it takes a lot of intracranial pressure to fracture a skull along the suture line.
All right. And does that relate to the conclusion that this had to be an entry wound?
Yeah, well, that's a finding. That doesn't prove that this is an entrance wound, but what I do, I have a path through the left temporal lobe, and there's, you know, that it was associated with the diastatic fracture because of the increased pressure in the brain.
All right, and one of the things you're telling this jury is you who actually,
Objection leading.
were you actually able to observe a hole associated with an entry wound when you physically performed this autopsy?
Yes, I physically performed the autopsy, and the way I determine direction is I have a hole below the left ear, which went into the brain, and so that's not going to happen in the opposite direction. And I understand that people can look at pictures. That's like a two-dimensional view, but doing the autopsy makes certain information available to the pathologist that is not available to an individual not performing the autopsy. And I had that information in my report, which was not, which was, I guess, overlooked.
Overlooked by the defense
Right.
pathologist.
Yes, I'm sure.
All right. I'm going to show you now Defense Exhibit 161. And there was some testimony from the defense pathologist about trying to determine directionality from this particular image. And can you please tell the jury why that pathologist is wrong?
All right. Well, you know, when we have tears of the skin, and this is a lot of tears of the subcutaneous tissue, especially in a very soft area of the body where there's a lot of fat. There's a lot of stretching, and it doesn't necessarily, we can move the tissue of the breast, and sort of, you can even get the points to go into a different direction. This is not very impressive. It's not even really worth observing any of the skin tags. It's really very non-specific, and I think he has a very good imagination for for seeing that in this photo. And it's, you know, skin tags can be there. Sometimes they support your findings, sometimes they don't support, but they don't take the place of determining the path of the wound by actually following it through the body.
I'm going to show you finally what's been marked as Defense 159, and is this also a representation, sort of the hole that you determined and were able to physically observe as a entrance wound on the side of Maggie's head?
Yes.
All right, let's talk a little bit about Paul. And you heard the defense pathologist and their subsequent expert talk about there being a contact wound to the top of Paul's head. Is that correct?
That's what he said.
All right. And you, of course, have already testified during your direct testimony that there's no way for this to be a contact wound, but now you have specific observations about the defense conclusions.
Well, you know, I didn't think it was necessary for me to point out every physical feature of the wound that demonstrates that the entrance was to the top of the left shoulder and then went into the left side of the head before exiting the top of the head. Now, before I go on, I do want to say that I agree with the book that keeps being brought up, that when there is a contact shotgun wound to the head, there's massive gas expansion within the cranial cavity, within the skull. And what that does, it doesn't just create a hole with some, bones. I understand this was like the most severe thing you have ever seen. And you probably can't imagine that the damage to the head could be any worse. But a contact shotgun wound to the head with the associated gas expansion to the skull would not have, his face was basically intact. We would have had tears of the skin, and his eyes would have been either displaced from the orbital bones. The orbital bones were intact. Anytime there's massive gas buildup within the cranial cavity from a contact shotgun wound to the head, which the book does say is when we have the worst gas expansion, the entire face, he would have not even had a face left. I mean, I know what you saw was awful, and it was absolutely awful, but the damage would have been a lot worse. he would have had, like, the sides of his head would have down, and he would have had, you know, his entire face would have been split open, because there's no way all of that gas expansion could occur and not cause fractures of these delicate bones in the face. His forehead was even still there. So, you know, I agree with the book that a contact shotgun wound would cause severe gas expansion and damage to the head. What we have here is not consistent with a contact shotgun wound to the head. The damage to the head would have been much worse, even though this was already horrible. Okay, that being said, there are photographs. Okay.
Yep, and I'm going to put up what's already been admitted into evidence as State 486. And if you could, Doctor, just talk a little bit about this image as it illustrates what you're talking about with the face, but also, if you could, we'll go ahead and talk about what with the face, and then I want to talk about the shoulder a little bit as well.
There's no skin, like, torn apart of his face. His eyes are still in their correct locations. You know, it's hard to imagine that, you know, anything could be worse than a hole at the top right side of the back of the head. But in my 20-plus years of experience doing autopsies and seeing contact shotgun wounds to the head, which are associated with massive gas expansion in the skull, this entire face, he would have had tears. The eyes would have been either hanging down or lost, blown out. There's no way that these features are consistent with a contact shotgun wound to the head.
All right. Now, there was some discussion by the defense pathologist about shaving the top of the head for stippling or checking for stippling. And can you comment on the necessity of that in your actual autopsy that you conducted?
Okay. So, you know, he also said that sometimes we actually don't see the soot. Like he said, oh, if Dr. Reamer shaved the area, she would have had the opportunity to see the soot. So suppose I didn't see soot, or I did see soot. First of all, I'm confident there would not have been soot, because the features of this wound are not consistent with a shotgun wound to that location. First of all, the damage to the head and face would have been far more severe than it was. And then also, the wounds to the shoulder and left side of the cheek have all the features of entrance wounds.
All right. And one of the things discussed by the defense experts was sort of the large sort of oblong shape of the shoulder. Can you explain how that does not contradict your findings of that shot coming this way, that we see this injury here? And I'm going to actually put up Defense Exhibit 162 to illustrate what we're talking about.
All right. Well, you know, so we've got basically an oblong wound here, and that's because the wound is entering at an angle along the top of the shoulder. It's not hitting the shoulder at a perpendicular angle. So it kind of grazing along the top of the shoulder. Okay, now is this, okay. So, and actually, you know, he said that the pellets are going down. Okay, well, if you look at it as an entrance wound, they're actually going up. So it depends where you're looking at it from. If he's thinking that this is an exit wound, that this is, you know, that the end of the wound path, then it would look to him as if the pellets are going down. But we can see this is actually an entrance wound for a few reasons. First of all, if it were an exit wound, do you remember all those pellet exit wounds on Paul's left arm that came from the chest? The pellets are not just going to stop in the shoulder. There's like no resistance there. The pellets are going to continue going until they exit the left side of the arm. Okay, so they don't just stop there. The reason they're there is that's because they started there. Okay. In addition, you see all of this white material here on the edge of the entrance wound. That's styrofoam packing material that's between the pellets. You know, so the pellets are contained within wadding, and there's styrofoam packing material between. And that would never have been deposited there. So I did not think it was when I was telling you the direction, my determination of the direction of this wound. I did not have to necessarily, it was my expert, I'm expert at determining forensic pathology includes establishing the direction of wounds. And because of all of these things, this was my determination. Okay, now there's another feature of this photograph. Do you see that this is coming into the left side of the, this is what I determined, left side of the cheek, and we've got all sorts of abrasions around here. Now, it doesn't have the classic, what we saw on Paul's chest had those little petals, so we knew that the wadding was starting to open up. But in this case, there was wadding that was probably open as well, so we have some pellets already starting to come out. It's not entering within the wadding, but the wadding is going along and entering them. And we have all this abrasion around the left side of the cheek, the chin neck area. And that's consistent with, we're not going to have that abrasion if it's coming out. If it's going to push the skin out, we're not going to have an abrasion. So, all that but even just common sense, we have that styrofoam packing material on the outside of the arm. My determination, this went up through the left cheek, out the right side of the top of the head. If it were a shotgun entrance wound, contact to the head, I don't care whether, there's no way his entire facial bones and skin, his ears would have been flopped down. There's so much gas expansion that the damage to his head would have been much worse. So that's based on my experience for doing this. And, I just don't know how, I didn't mention that styrofoam packing, but that's from when the pellets are coming in. And he said, oh, you can see they're going down. That's because he's looking from above. So but if you look at where I believed and I determined by doing this autopsy that the entrance wound is, it's actually going upward. So it depends which side of the pellets you're looking at. And if just logically, if this was an exit, the pellets wouldn't have just stopped there. They've got a huge amount of energy. They're going to continue through the arm and have individual pellets. They wouldn't have all just been concentrated right there. So, we can use our powers of logic, which I think, we all have, to understand how this is an entrance wound that exited the right side of the top of the head.
Dr. Reamer, having specifically, and you can take a seat now, thank you very much. Having specifically addressed the specific criticisms of the defense pathologist, in your expert opinion, having actually done the autopsies in this case, is there any way that could have been a contact wound to the top of the head?
No.
All right. And having addressed the specific concerns of and testimony of the defense pathologist as it relates to Maggie, is your conclusion still that the shot went in the direction as you described before this jury?
Yes, I disagree with his conclusions.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Reamer. Please answer any questions the defense counsel may have.
Dr. Reamer, good to see you again.
Hello.
So, you took pictures, correct?
I took pictures. I wish I took more pictures now, but I took pictures.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I would have. I wish I took even more pictures.
So do we. So, you made notes, which you converted into an autopsy report.
Yeah, it's a standard operating procedure.
Yeah, no. But so, and that's done so that somebody else can look at your work and see if they agree or disagree with you.
No, the notes are a work product for me while I'm preparing, doing my examination. I don't always, I take notes, I write numbers, but that is really for me so I can incorporate findings into an autopsy report that I'm going to write. And I don't write it the same while I'm at the table. I need to go away. Maybe I'm going to do it the next day, that night. So, but it's not done. People say, oh, can I have a copy of the autopsy diagram? Well, these are not autopsy diagrams that are meant for other people to look at, and sometimes they're not even completely accurate because I mark things on the outside of the body that later on during the course of the autopsy I determine, I'm like, oh, well, that's what that is. And it may not be what I initially wrote down. But by the time the autopsy's over, I've put it all together. And that a diagram or notes do not necessarily reflect everything, that I concluded.
Do you still have your notes in this case?
I imagine they would be in the file, but as I told you, this is my notes are not necessarily the conclusion that I came to.
Did you produce them to the state?
I don't know what I did. I personally, if they were asked for, I'm sure I did.
Did you produce them to us?
No, I don't remember producing them at all. I don't have a request for those notes in my file.
But those notes would be your present sense impression as you're doing the autopsy, correct?
Well, they can have a lot of things written down on them.
But we don't know because we didn't get them, right?
Well, they're not important. What's important is they're my notes. They're for me. They're an aid to the pathologist. So even if I thought something initially, and then while I do the autopsy, by the time I get to the end, it could disagree. I don't necessarily go back and change the diagram. It's my work product. It's for me to aid me in writing my autopsy report. It's not for public view. It's not a statement of my conclusions.
Okay. Did you review those notes before your testimony previously or today?
No.
Okay, so you just go with your report.
Well, I reviewed my report, correct.
Right, but you don't go back and look at your notes.
No.
So let me ask you some basic questions here. You've previously testified that the muzzle of the shotgun for this wound here that goes through his neck and out the top of his head was about 3 feet away.
That would be about right.
Okay. Now, you're familiar with this page from, I believe you've described it.
Oh, yes, I've seen it many times.
Okay. And as you see, the gas comes out, right, in the first shot, the top
Yes.
shot. And then actually there's sort of a blowback of gas as as we can see right here, the projectile, which is the pellets, are extruded from the barrel, right? I mean, the gas pushes the pellets out.
Well, there's gas expansion, and that helps propel the pellets, yes. I agree with the book. This was not a contact shotgun wound to the top of the head.
Okay, well, the book doesn't say that. But what the book does say is that as the pellets come out, at some point they begin to, the container opens and the pellets expand or move out in a pattern, a circular pattern. It becomes bigger as the further away you get, correct?
Yes, and that's what we have here.
Okay,
But this is actually demonstrating specifically a contact shotgun wound to head. But we do have splaying outward of the pellets. We can see on the left shoulder they're fairly clustered together because they're first starting to be released from the wadding. And they did spread out. We have some of them down in the neck, some of them in the brain, and so they are spreading out. I don't see how, yes, it's a respected treatise, but this is specific to a contact shotgun wound to head. This is what this is describing.
Really?
Well, it's fine. It doesn't matter. I can look at my photos. I can look. If you're going to talk about theory, the photos.
Doctor, Your Honor, I would ask you to tell the witness to be responsive. She is going on a diatribe. Excuse me. I'm asking the court to instruct her to answer the question as specifically as she can. She goes off on tangents, and I'm sorry.
All right, Pruitt, you may continue answering the question.
You remember what the question was?
No, that's your question.
Is this series of shots from the book depicting a contact wound? I think that's what I understood.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So where, if you step down here, show me please where the contact is with the body or the head. Here, let me give you this pointer.
Well, the contact would be at the first area.
Right here?
Yes.
Well, what's it contacting?
It's not, it's just a theoretical depiction. It's a theoretical
Is that what the book
depiction.
says?
Yeah. Well, go ahead. I don't recall the exact. Why don't you read it to me?
Well, why don't you tell me, is that a contact wound?
I don't know what this is. This is.
That's a shotgun.
That's a shotgun.
That's a shotgun being fired. Those are the pellets coming out.
Object
Those are the
counsel
pellets.
testifying.
Yeah, I think this is a book showing the series of steps after a shotgun is fired. But it has nothing to do with what I found in the body and does not help me determine the direction of the wound.
All right. So.
And I'm not going to describe to you. You can read it in the book. I don't remember how he says all of this.
The book isn't testifying. You are. You've testified that depicts a contact wound. Yes?
Well, I don't know what this is depicting. It could be that this is a contact wound. I don't know where you're going with this.
Well, here's where I'm going. Is that barrel in contact with anything?
It's not in contact with anything. It looks like it's just blowing into the air.
Okay. And you've been. That's fine. And your testimony is that barrel is at least 3 feet away from Paul's shoulder. Is that correct?
It could be, depending on the weapon, it could be, it's not closer than 2 feet because we don't have the sibling. But we do have packing material.
Okay. So as we see here, these pellets are beginning to separate. Is it your testimony that those pellets had separated when they hit Paul's shoulder at all? They are starting to separate. We don't have the complete, widening of it. They're still relatively clustered together, but they're not as close as they would be if they were still contained within the wadding. Okay. Now, at 2 feet, is there any gas left, or is it all dissipated like this picture shows?
Well, what we have here, if there was more gas, if there was a contact wound to here,
It's not a contact.
I understand. The gas, you're wanting me to say yes or no, and
Yes
I
or no.
can't because I have the knowledge to explain how this relates to examining the body.
Okay,
I
so-
don't give theoretical talks or I don't start looking up in this book while I'm doing an autopsy. I use my practical reasoning and my experience and knowledge of things.
If there'd been gas in the wound, or when it hit his shoulder or his neck, would you expect to find some physical manifestation of that?
Well, there would have been, a lot more expansion, shoulder expansion. This was fairly contained on the
So
left shoulder.
your testimony is there would have been little or no gas going to his shoulder, to his neck.
Well, there is always some gas, but it's not the kind of gas that we get in a contact shotgun.
Exactly. So, and you can go ahead and take the stand again, please. Sorry, it's going to take a minute to get, no, not that one. Paul. Paul laying down.
I don't remember the number off the top of my head. It'll be over there somewhere. 160 something, I think.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case. down. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone. It'll take about 10 minutes.
All rise and come to order. Quiet. Be seated.
You may bring the jury.
Jury is present, sir.
All right, you may continue.
Oh, I know. I'm sorry. I got it right here. I'll show it to these guys first. We have her idea. Doctor, I'd ask you to look at this photo and tell me if this is one of the photos from your autopsy.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I need. Thank you. Your Honor, I'd offer this defense exhibit number 195 into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admit it.
So could we put that up on the screen, please? Before I lose it, let me hand this to. So, what are we looking at here?
Do you want me to come? Oh, here it is.
No, just tell me what it is.
Yeah, okay. So this is an entrance shotgun wound to the left shoulder area.
Okay, and you a moment ago said something about packing material. What is packing material?
Yes. So there's foam that is frequently within, between pellets.
I'm sorry, just a moment. Your Honor, I can't hear her because of the noise coming through the door. I apologize, but I just need to understand what she's saying. I apologize. May I begin?
Yes, sir.
Packing material. Let's start over again. Tell me again.
Yes. So it's frequently present in the wadding along with the pellets that sort of help keep them together.
Okay, so the wadding, you got the powder, wadding, shotgun pellets, and are these? Is it in the pellets or is it closer behind it in the wadding? Or
It's within the wadding.
okay, and you indicated you saw some packing material.
Well, that is very consistent with, with a little bit of packing material that would, as we have pellets going into the shoulder and some of the packing materials depositing on the skin.
And is this a picture of the packing material?
There is some of the white material, yes, on the skin. Correct.
Did you note that in your autopsy report?
No, it was just a general observation.
Okay. Is it important it was there?
It didn't matter to me whether it's there or not, but it does reinforce that it is an entrance wound.
But you concede it was not in your autopsy report.
Well, all the totality of my findings, I don't always write every little thing in my autopsy report. I could go on, that it could be 50 pages, an autopsy report. I include the findings, my determinations, and I could have mentioned it, but I did not.
And why not?
Because it's not always necessary to mention that kind of thing.
Is it evidence of anything?
Well, I do believe that supports an entrance wound, although I don't require myself to see it in order to make that determination.
But you agree with me, it supports your conclusion, correct?
Yes,
And you didn't put in your autopsy report.
that's correct.
Would it be in your notes?
No.
Okay. So, and could you step down here and show me what the packing material looks like? And there's a pointer right over there behind you. You probably want to stand over here so the jurors over there can see it.
Yes. This is what I believe to be consistent with packing material.
And did you remove any of that to be analyzed or forensically examined?
No, I did not.
Okay, and while we're looking at this picture, you can actually see some shot in there, right?
Yes.
And that shot is that, I mean, that's pretty, that area right there is much wider than this entrance wound in his cheek, is it not?
Yes, this entrance wound is larger than this re-entrance wound here. And I believe I actually went over this last time. Frequently there's enlargement of wound as it goes along. But in this case, we have a wound going along the top of the shoulder, so it's going to be oblong. As it enters the left neck area, it's entering more at a right angle, perpendicular to the jaw, so it's going to appear smaller. And that has nothing to do with spreading of pellets.
Okay, well, let's pursue that a little bit more. You see that pellet that's clear, I mean, clearly there. You
This
see,
pellet?
right, and then you see a pellet above it. You see that? Right.
Where?
Right. Let me put my glasses on. Is that a pellet?
Yeah, it may be a pellet. Yes.
Okay. So we have, if you step back just a little bit so this juror can see, we have pellets coming in like this, correct?
Well, they're kind of banging against each other. We have the wound track is from left to right, and we do have pellets that are in there. They stopped in there, so they're not all continuing through.
Okay. How many pellets were captured in his shoulder?
I captured. I don't know how many I captured. I collected a sampling of the pellets that were along the wound path.
But you took X-rays.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily the total amount, because some of them exited and some were in the brain. So the X-rays were taken without the brain in the head because the brain came separately.
Okay, but they did send you the brain.
Yes.
Did you take X-rays of the brain?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I didn't take X-rays of the brain
And the
because
reason-
I
go ahead.
determined that wasn't necessary for me at the time.
To support your conclusion.
I didn't take X-rays of the brain. I guess hindsight is always 20/20. I could have taken X-rays of the brain. I could have taken more photos. I could have taken a photo of the brain at the autopsy. I did not, and I would have liked to. But I can tell from the examination of the body that I had an entrance wound along the left shoulder, and it's exiting at the top of the head. It's not a contact wound to the top of the head.
Okay.
That's my determination.
Okay, but the reason you didn't take x-rays of the brain was you'd already reached your conclusion, correct? That you didn't need it because this was an entrance wound.
Well, I did not, because I felt comfortable with my determination.
And decided, therefore, not to take x-rays of the brain.
Well, I don't always take x-rays of every organ. I was comfortable I would be able to recover some pellets on the brain, and it wasn't necessary to show the spread.
How many cases have you been involved in where the brain literally exploded out of the head? I mean, that weren't suicides.
Where the brain exploded out of the head?
Well, as the book describes it.
Well, I think that the determination that an entrance wound to the top of the head, contact range, all of that gas expansion would not have, the brain would not have escaped that. There would have been a defect, a cavity, or fragmentation of the brain, which was not there. You can see the brain actually.
Do you remember what my original question was?
What was your question?
Okay, my question was, how many cases have you done an autopsy of a contact wound to the top of the head which wasn't a suicide?
Very, very few.
Less than one?
I don't remember exactly, but it's not a tip. Usually contact shotgun wounds, are suicides.
And typically it's in the mouth?
They can be under the chin, in the mouth, sometimes they're to the side of the head. There are people that do shoot themselves to the top of the head as well. And I can't recall exactly if, I remember any of those.
And in all those cases of the brain that explode out of the cranium?
No.
Okay. So you would agree with me that the way that strike that. Let's go a little bit further with where we're going here. Could you put up the X-ray of the shoulder? You can go ahead and take your seat and testify from up there. Okay, tell us what this is.
Yes, they are pellets, and I have his shoulder, kind of out when I take the wound. We have some pellets remaining in the shoulder area. We have some disruption of the shoulder tissue here, some of the bone, and then we have some. We actually have less. We have more spread. They're more spread out as they're going closer to the neck.
So there are pellets in the top of the arm, the shoulder. Where is this? Right up in here?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's additional pellets, it looks like, down below that, like near his ribs, correct?
That's because it's starting to spread, yes.
And it's starting to spread to get to this place right here.
What place?
Is this where
No, it's in the neck.
It's in the neck. Okay.
I indicated that I recovered. It's over here. Then some of it is actually in the trachea as well. So that's the windpipe of the neck. So we have some in the neck. This is the chest area. It did not go into the chest.
Okay. Let me see another X-ray, please. What was that exhibit? I'm sorry, I didn't announce it.
112.
112. Okay, let me see the next X-ray. Okay, and where is that?
That is the top of the left shoulder and the left arm.
Okay. And you see a number of pellets there?
Yes.
That would be right in this area right here?
Yes.
Okay. Next, there's, I think, one more X-ray. Okay, and are there any pellets here? Or are those the same pellets down there at the bottom?
Yeah, well, you can see, there are pellets here. You can see them in the head, There's some pellets in the head. The brain is not within the cranial cavity, but we do see some of the pellets ended up over here on the right side. See, R for right. There's the hole at the top of the head, and some of the pellets they're spread out on the right side of the head.
How many?
Well, I can see there's 3 here.
3?
On the right side of the head.
Okay.
Yes.
So if well, how many pellets are there in a 12-gauge shotgun shell, and these are used primarily for duck hunting?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I'm an expert at examining human bodies and determining the injuries that occurred, and I don't know how many pellets would be. When I took my boards, I may have had to actually know that, but I don't. I don't use this information in order. You can ask your ballistics expert.
Well, we did, and I think they said something like.
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't really know the answer to that. I'm not going to disagree with the ballistics expert. I do have a trajectory and exit wound on the right side of the back of the head.
How many pellets were in the body?
I did not count them. I just collect a representative sample of it. I don't collect all of them, and I don't count all of them.
And we know you don't know how many were in the brain because you didn't X-ray the brain, correct?
That's correct.
But if there were 70 pellets or 75 pellets in his shoulder, his chest, and his neck, and hypothetically there are anywhere between 135 and 160 pellets in the normal duck shot, that's 40 pellets that travel on, for the sake of argument, correct?
Well,
my math.
I don't
use
really.
my math.
I don't feel comfortable answering these questions because it's not. The specific ballistics are not my area of expertise.
I'm not going to ask you about.
I really don't
ballistics.
feel comfortable answering them. I examined human bodies and come to my determinations based on the wounds, and I can see I was correct that this is a shotgun wound to the left shoulder that's going up to the right side of the head. And questions about numbers I really don't want to I can't answer that because, I don't know everything. I'm an expert, I'm a physician, I'm an expert at examining human deceased individuals, determining cause and manner of death.
Okay, let's go back to the original question, and I assume.
I don't know the answer to the shotgun, how many pellets there would be.
We're not asking you how many pellets, but if there are 75 pellets, let's do some math here. This is simple math.
Okay, I can do math.
Okay, 75 pellets we can count in the body, the chest, the neck, and there's anywhere from 135 to 165 pellets in the normal duck shot, 12-gauge shot.
All right, so 75 plus 60, that would be 135. And then what did you say, 70 or 80?
75.
Okay, 75. So we started with 75 plus 75 is 150. So that's your answer. If your question is you're asking me to do the math.
So my question is this. After those pellets have gone through the shoulder and hit bone, apparently, correct?
Yes.
And then they go through the neck. Do they hit more bone there?
There was some damage to the cartilage of the trachea. It was in the tracheal wall and some muscle. There's not a lot of bone in the neck. The only bone really in the neck is the spinal column.
Well, I guess what I'm saying, when you were talking about Maggie a moment ago, and you talked about a shot that I think grazed her skull, you said there was a lot of intracranial pressure. Is that right? Created a lot of intracranial pressure.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm trying to figure out, and maybe you can help me, your testimony is there was enough from the less than half the load that goes through to, was it one place it hit? Was it it had to go through the brain still.
Yeah. Well, you know, I didn't say that less than half the load went through. Some of it may have actually exited the top of the head. I don't know. Or went into the brain. I did not x-ray the brain, and so I don't know exactly how many, but we can tell that this is the direction.
Was the brain macerated?
No, it was largely intact. There was some maceration at the base of the brain where it was torn from the brainstem. Okay, the brain went up and torn from the brainstem, but it was pretty much surprisingly intact, you know, from a shotgun wound.
Have you looked at the crime scene photos?
I really didn't look at the crime scene photos with any kind of, you know, attention.
Okay, so, but you are aware that the brain was catapulted out of his head, probably hit the ceiling, and then landed outside.
Well, I could tell from examining the body that the brain catapulted out of the head, because I received the brain and a hole that was consistent with the brain leaving it.
Can you and I agree, and based on your testimony when you previously testified, that there would not be, that the gas from 2 or 3 feet away would not travel through the arm, travel through the neck, and then go into the brain?
Well, there's a lot of material that's going through, and plus we've got fragments of the brain, the skull, of the base of the brain, that can also, there's a lot of energy going in that direction. Whether it's gas or not, it's energy from portions of you know, ammunition propelling in that direction. So, you know, whether you want to call it gas or whether it's other thing, I really don't know the theoretical explanation. I'm sure it's in the book. But I examine the bodies and I make the determination on the direction and the type of injury from examining the human body.
The book seems to indicate that the primary cause for an explosion such as this, the brain exploding out, is the gas. You would agree?
Well, you know, I think each case is a little bit different. And the kind of gas that would cause the head to explode would also, I mean, I think the book is talking about gas, gas in a contact shotgun wound. So what is your question about the book? I would actually have to refresh my recollection, because I don't really read I haven't read the book in a long time, but I know what I've seen on the body.
If I quote this to you, you would, and I can show it to you. The gas entering the closed chamber of the head expands rapidly, adding to the pressure waves acting on the bony framework of the skull. The only way for the skull to relieve the pressure produced is to shatter.
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
That actually must be describing a contact shotgun
wound. It is.
Okay, because that really makes sense for a contact shotgun wound.
And your reasoning for this, the same phenomenon to happen without the gas is?
Well, we've got injury coming from beneath. The skull is, like I told the jury, that is not shattered. We do have some horrible injury, but the shattering of the skull, much of it is still up intact. We don't have shattering of every bone. We don't have shattering of the face. So
why didn't you shave the head?
Why didn't I shave the head?
Right. Were you looking for any, if much of the skull was still there?
Look, my determination, I didn't shave the head because I was confident that that was an exit wound on the right side of the top of the head. It wasn't necessary for me to shave an exit wound.
So, but if you had shaved the head, and again, apparently you'd already come to your opinion by this point, you could have seen whether it was soot or stippling or any distortion around, or taken samples of the hair and determine whether or not there was any sort of GSR in it, which would be more consistent with a contact wound.
Well, no, GSR can just be in, we know gunshot residue can deposit in, you know, I'm not, like, ballistics is not necessarily my strongest suit, but I know that GSR can deposit, you know, within a few feet. Somebody doesn't have to indicate a contact wound.
Okay, so did the shot penetrate the jawbone?
It went through the through that area. I believe it actually may have went underneath the bone.
So it did not connect with the bone. Correct?
Yes.
Are any of the pellets that you see in the shoulder, the left shoulder, heading down instead of up?
Well, you know, there's probably kind of a billiard ball effect when these things are going through, and there could be some, you know, directionality. But I didn't make that determination because it wasn't important to me to make that determination.
See which way the pellets were going?
What?
To determine which way some of the pellets were heading?
I can tell from the entirety of my finding at the autopsy.
Okay,
The thing is, if you look at something like, you know, a postcard photograph, that doesn't necessarily tell you the whole story. I did my autopsy. I viewed all of the wounds. I was confident in the direction of this wound path, and I'm not trying to say, oh, well, which direction are the pellets going? I can see that there's the entrance wound was to the top of the left shoulder, went through the left side of the neck, and out the top of the head.
And how many pellets made it through the brain to the skull, to fracture the skull? How many pellets?
Oh, well, there were some pellets in the brain. I don't know how many.
Because you didn't x-ray it.
Correct.
So since you don't count the number of pellets, tell the jury, please, how you know how many pellets hit the skull and fractured it and allowed this eruption to occur.
I don't know how many pellets. I never said that I did.
No, I didn't say you said it. I just want to know if you know it.
I don't know the answer to that.
And it's not important to you.
It doesn't really matter. It's really very theoretical. I examined the bodies, and I made my determination based on examination of the body.
Is it true that an autopsy report should be able to be read by an independent pathologist to come to a conclusion?
Yes.
Okay. Are you ready? Okay, how about put that up for us, please?
Noises,
I'm sorry, sir?
some strange noises. Who's talking? You're questioning the witness? Proceed.
I'm asking Doug to put up exhibit number.
I didn't hear you talking. I heard
I'm
you were
sorry.
questioning the witness, and then
I
a
may
strange
have mumbled.
voice
I
comes from.
apologize. What's the exhibit number?
Stage 487.
Okay. So, how about step down here, please? And get the pointer for me, please. And stand over there, please, so the jury can see. So you indicated there were, I asked you if you shaved the head. You said no. You said there wasn't, I think your words were there was enough of the skull there to determine what happened. Is there?
Well, I know this is an exit wound from examining the entirety of the findings, and I did not need to shave the hair. That was my opinion and determination at the time of the autopsy.
Yes, ma'am, we understand that, but what, did you look at this to confirm or question your opinion, or had you already come to your opinion?
Well, I always am questioning it myself during the autopsy. It's not just, I look at take a long time to look at everything before I reach a conclusion. Okay, so the totality of findings here told me this was an exit wound. The brain came pretty much intact. It was propelled out of the top of the head. I believe and I'm confident that this is an exit wound, and I did not do further investigation to rule out an entrance wound because I was confident it was not.
So you just said you were confident and you did not look further because you were confident you were right.
Well, I looked at it, and in fact I took a photograph of it, and this is consistent with an exit.
It's what?
Consistent with an exit wound. The brain came out of that defect. If it were a shotgun entrance wound, there would be a lot more destruction of the head.
And again, you've never seen a contact wound to the head that wasn't in a suicide case.
You know, I don't honestly remember.
So you don't remember? Let me just rephrase. You don't remember having a case involving a contact wound to the head that wasn't a suicide?
Yeah.
'Cause you just don't remember it.
I may have, it's possible I did not survey, I may have seen one where somebody was shot at point blank range with a shotgun, and then the entire head is gone. So when I get that kind of, if there was a contact shotgun, whether it's suicide or homicide, the entire head would have been basically blown off.
And so in every case, well, there's no reason for us to go there because you don't remember ever seeing a case where there was a contact wound and to the back of the head.
Objection asked.
I think it's honestly whether it's self-inflicted or inflicted by somebody else.
Well,
The features of the body are going to be the same. So that's my answer, and I
Okay.
can't, whether I remember it or not, I've done a lot of autopsies. I don't necessarily remember how many or if I've done one, but I imagine people are shot at close or contact range with a shotgun. And in a contact shotgun, whether it's by suicide or homicide, the entire head would have been basically blown apart. This is terrible, and I know it's terrible. It's probably the worst thing you ever saw, but there would be a lot more damage with a contact shotgun. And that's my professional opinion based on my experience. If other people disagree with me, that's fine. I don't have to convince them. This is my determination based on my education and multiple years of experience doing autopsies and being a forensic pathologist.
and I think in your testimony, whenever that was, weeks ago, you conceded that reasonable pathologists can differ, correct?
Yes, I think I said, you asked me if a reasonable person, you didn't actually ask me if a reasonable pathologist, you asked me if a reasonable person could have a different opinion. And I remember that because I was sorry that I didn't say, well, of course, reasonable people can think that. But a reasonable pathologist could also think that, but I would disagree with that.
Okay.
I don't think all opinions, a reasonable pathologist could have an opinion like that, but I think it would really be wrong.
Okay. You go ahead and take the stand, please. Have you discussed you've met and discussed with Dr. Kinsey, Kenny Kinsey, about his findings?
I did meet with him once when a couple of weeks prior to the autopsy. I really never, prior to this trial, I met with the prosecution's team. And I would have been available to meet with you if you called me as well. But Ken Kinsey was responsible for the crime scene. What he had to say was, I really wasn't, I had already written my autopsy report. I already came to my decision, my determinations based on my examination of the body. And whatever it was, he's going to do the crime scene. So I don't remember having any specific conversation.
You don't remember talking to him about vectors and where the blood spatter would have gone?
Yeah. Well, he asked me, he said, do you know anything about this? And I said, that's your department. I really am not a blood spatter expert. So I had nothing to offer, and I really didn't encourage listening to it because it's not my area.
And let me say a couple of things. One is, you indicated that you did not put that packing material in your autopsy report, correct?
Yes.
And today's the first time you've ever said anything about packing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Secondly, let me just sort of summarize this and see if we can get this over with. There are certain things you did not do in this autopsy because you concluded it wouldn't be helpful in reaching your conclusion, correct?
I agree with that.
like no X-ray of the brain?
I would have been, I did not X-ray the brain, right?
Okay. There were, and your belief is that the shotgun wound to the shoulder being so much bigger is because of the angle?
Yes,
Okay. And then it narrows down to, you would concede, as a hole in his neck?
yes,
Okay. Shotgun starts out wider. That shot starts out wider. I think we confirmed that.
the defect on the shoulder is
Right.
wider because it's kind of going across the shoulder, so it's going to create a defect on the shoulder that's wider than something entering at a right angle or perpendicular. So that's, and I think that makes sense to me. It's consistent with what I've seen in more than 20 years of my practice, and there wasn't anything that seemed odd about that.
And you would concede you're not a ballistics expert?
I know the kind of ballistics. Some forensic pathologists know a lot about ballistics. I know probably an average amount.
Okay. And so when you say it started out wider and then came down to this hole, have you discussed that with any ballistics experts?
It doesn't require, that's forensic pathology. That's damage to the body. I don't need to be a ballistics expert, and I've done enough autopsies on shotgun wounds to make that determination without requiring additional ballistics knowledge.
But we can see that the shotgun starts out, the shot starts small and then the pellets expand.
Objection asked and answered, Your Honor.
Objection is sustained.
Why are there why there's no shot in his cheek if it's expanding? Why are there no pellet holes here?
Because probably we have some wadding going in there.
Probably.
Yeah, I think that is consistent with the wadding. And there are, there's some pellets remaining in the wadding as well.
The wadding going where?
That's an entrance wound. Okay, it's entering perpendicularly. Why do we have the pellets? Did not terminate in the cheek. They continued upward.
But a number of them terminated in the shoulder,
Yes.
in the chest, up here, right?
Yes.
And then
Not
they-
the chest.
then they
the neck,
stop-
not the
I'm
chest.
sorry?
Not the chest. The neck.
But the neck, the shoulder and upper neck, right?
Yes.
And then, if they stop expanding here, so the cheek isn't, one of those pellets is,
Objection asked and answered to the former question.
Your Honor?
It's been asked and answered. I sustain the objection.
And you say these x-rays are consistent with your opinion?
Yes.
Beg the court's indulgence. Oh, let me ask you one question about the Maggie wound. Your position is that the tags don't indicate anything?
Well, they are not determinative. They're something we look at, but the tags on the breast are very non-specific. They're not very good tags. We happen to have nice tags on the back of the skull. Frequently, the tags are more reliable when the skin is tighter over an area.
So on Maggie, you're saying one shot's going up and the other one's going down?
Yes.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence. Holly, anything else? Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Doctor.
Just two questions. 5,500 autopsies, you said, correct?
Yes, and since I was here last Navy, I've done another dozen, so over 5,500.
And you rely on practical observations of actually observing the body, is that correct?
That's correct. I do my autopsies, and based on my experience and knowledge as a forensic pathologist, I know about the bodies, examining the bodies. That's what I rely on.
And your...
Those are two questions. More?
Just a couple more, Your Honor. In your opinion, is there any way Paul's face would have remained intact if he had suffered a contact wound from the top of the head?
No.
And in your opinion, is this obviously a wound in this direction as you've described?
Objection, Your Honor. Repetitive, She's testified 5 times. That's her opinion.
The objection is sustained.
Further on.
Thank you. Nothing
Further. Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Your next witness.
Your Honor, State calls T.C. Smalls.
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You will please sir, sit right up there. State your full name for the record and spell your last name, please.
My name is Thomas C. Smalls. Folks call me T.C. Smalls. S-M-A-L-L-S.
Sheriff Smalls, how you doing today?
I'm doing good.
All right. Tell the jury just a little bit about yourself, and I called you sheriff, so if you could just kind of explain that to them a little bit.
Okay, in law enforcement for 39 years, 8 months. I retired in December. 16 years of those 39 years was, I served as sheriff of Hampton County. Been in Hampton County all my life. I'm a pastor. Pretty much married, 4 kids, 7 grandkids, and just trying to enjoy some retirement. I retired December 31st day of December 2022. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to pull you back in. You said you just retired, huh?
Yes.
All right. Do you know the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, I do.
Have you known him for years?
Oh yeah.
Did you ever have a conversation with Alex Murdaugh about him asking you permission or even telling you about installing blue lights in his private vehicle?
No, sir. I never had a conversation with Alex Murdaugh. Matter of fact, I never had a conversation with anyone in my 39 years about installing blue lights in their personal vehicles.
That's not something that's done, is it, sir?
Oh, no, no.
Did you know anything about the defendant claiming that you permitted him to do so until he testified to that last week?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Didn't know anything about
Didn't know anything about it.
And he never approached you at any point about that?
No, sir.
Did he ever approach you about any threats or anything as a result of the boat case, the boat wreck case?
No, we never have.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Well, it's 12:01. Good afternoon, Sheriff Smalls.
How you doing?
My name's Jim Griffin.
Okay.
I'm a little hoarse. This pollen's getting to me, but it won't take long. You've known Alex Murdaugh for many, many years, is that correct?
Correct.
And he was a volunteer solicitor in Hampton County, 14th Circuit, for a number of years, correct?
I realized he worked along with his father.
Right.
As a, I don't know whether I thought he was an assistant solicitor, but he worked along with his father as in Hampton County.
But he held the position of assistant solicitor of the 14th Circuit.
Yes, he did.
And he worked with his father,
Right.
trying cases in Hampton County and perhaps Colleton County and other places. You aware of that?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And are you aware of him trying any cases when it wasn't with his father?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And his father was, we're talking about Randolph Murdaugh.
Correct.
And he was previously solicitor, is that correct?
Right.
And are you aware that Alex Murdaugh was issued a badge for that position?
No, I was not.
Okay. And there's some. You were questioned about permission, that whether you gave him permission to have a blue light installed in a vehicle, and you said you did not, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether Anthony Russell gave him permission?
I can't answer that.
Now, who's Anthony Russell?
Well, during my time when I was sheriff, Anthony Russell was a captain in my administration. He later became sheriff after I retired. He ran and he won the office of sheriff, and he holds office now.
And he was maybe not your right-hand man, but he was pretty high up in your administration.
He was a captain.
Okay. And then Chauncey Solomon, what was his position?
Chauncey Solomon was a lieutenant.
And Perry Singleton, he was passed away. What was his position?
He was a lieutenant.
And you know that Deputy Russell, Deputy Solomon, Deputy Singleton were very close to Alex Murdaugh. Were you aware of that?
Well, I knew they knew him. I don't know how close they were.
Okay. And did Eddie Gibson install the blue lights on the vehicles for the sheriff's department?
Not for my cause. Most of my vehicles light was done with a company out of Orangeburg, and then later we started working with a gentleman by the name of Charles Mitchell that installed lights, and he out of, I think, Hardyville or Bluffton.
So you don't know who Eddie? Do you know who Eddie Gibson is?
Oh, I know who Eddie Gibson. He worked for me at one time.
And when he worked for you, did he install blue lights? He worked on the vehicles, the fleet of vehicles?
No, not my vehicles.
Well, when he worked for you, what did he do?
He was a deputy sheriff. He patrolled.
And so like you're unfamiliar that at any point in time Mr. Murdaugh had a blue light in his vehicle?
I never had any knowledge that he had blue lights in his vehicle.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, brother.
Your Honor, may we approach very quickly? Sheriff Smalls, when did you retire again?
I retired December the 31st, 2022.
2022, so just a couple months ago.
Right.
Thank you for coming today.
Thank you, brother.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. I'll call your next witness.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You would, sir, please be seated. State your full name for the record and spell it. Last name, please.
Paul McManigal, M-C-M-A-N-I-G-A-L.
All right. Good afternoon. Sergeant McManigal, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you're employed with the Charleston County Sheriff's Office?
I am.
And you testified previously in this trial, correct?
Yes, I have.
Just briefly remind the jury exactly what topic you testified on earlier. Briefly, please.
I was tasked with redacting Alex Murdaugh's cell phone records to remove any possible client-attorney privileged information.
All right. And during that testimony, you were not qualified as an expert, correct?
That is correct.
All right, but you have been qualified in previous trials.
Yes, I have.
And approximately how many times have you been qualified as an expert previously in other trials?
About 10.
10 times, okay. And is that in cell phone forensics?
Part of it was about, refer to my notes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6 times of that was in cell phones forensics. The other was crime scene investigation.
Okay, all right. And just let's briefly go down as quick as you can. Let's go through your training experience in cell phone forensics, please.
Okay. I'm currently assigned to the United States Secret Service Cyber Fraud Task Force, which is where I received most of my training. I have been trained in basic computer evidence recovery, advanced computer forensics, oxygen forensic suite training, blacklight examiner, advanced mobile device examiner, Celebrite physical and logical examination, XRY certification training, Macintosh triage and imaging, Apple iDevice forensics, Celebrite advanced JTAG extraction, network intrusion response, vehicle forensics, digital video recorder evidence and recovery, ransomware investigation response training, and several other webinars.
All right. At this time, State would seek to admit Sergeant McManigal as an expert in cell phone forensics.
So qualified.
All right. Sergeant McManigal, last week you were present when a gentleman named Micah Sturgis testified for the defense, correct?
That is correct.
And specifically, he testified about this feature in iPhone known as Wake.
Raise to wake.
Raise to wake, correct?
Yes, sir.
And briefly explain to the jury what that function is and what it serves as in the cell phone, for the iPhone, excuse me.
Raise to wake is when the cell phone is laying down and you pick it up. It realizes that somebody is picking up the device and tries to assist by turning on the display so that you could possibly unlock it with your face unlock.
All right. Or read a notification, possibly, if there's a notification on the screen.
That's correct.
And so it's designed to turn on that screen when it thinks someone's picking up the phone to look at the screen, correct?
That is correct.
All right. There's been previous testimony, I think, by Mr. Sturgis and other experts in this case that the iPhone, if the screen is off, it will not record an orientation change, correct?
If the screen is off, it will not record an orientation.
And you agree with that opinion?
I agree, yes.
Okay. And you were asked after Mr. Sturgis' testimony to investigate a little bit more about this raise to wake feature, correct?
I was.
And specifically, as demonstrated with the jurors, the screen's going to turn on when the phone is picked up gently, correct?
That is correct.
Because the phone thinks it's being picked up to be looked at, correct?
That is correct.
You're asked to investigate with a test device whether that screen lights up every time a phone is picked up in a more violent fashion or quicker fashion, correct?
Correct. When the phone is picked up more aggressively or moved more aggressively, the device will not turn on the screen.
All right. And that's because the way raise to wake feature is based off of what in the cell phone? What's telling it to wake up?
The accelerometer primarily.
Okay. And so the accelerometer is sensing motion, correct?
Correct.
And so if it senses a slight amount of motion, it's going to turn the screen on because it thinks someone's picking up to look at it, correct?
Can't lead the witness.
And so if the cell phone only detects a slight amount of motion, what does it do? What does the iPhone do?
So if the iPhone registers a slight amount of motion, it thinks it's being picked up, so it will turn on the screen. But if it's being picked up more aggressively, it won't. And that's a battery protection feature. If you had the iPhone in your pocket and you were jogging, you don't want the screen to stay on the whole time. So when the phone is moving more aggressively, the screen does not turn on.
Okay. And so you're asked to do some tests in your lab with a test device, correct?
That is correct. I obtained an iPhone 11 Pro Max, which is the same make and model as the phone that Maggie had.
All right. And what software version was on your test device?
The software that was on my device is iOS 14.8. The one that was on Maggie's was iOS 14.6. So the iOS that was on my device that I tested was slightly newer.
Okay. And did you perform a series of tests with various motions and various throws with this phone to determine and were you able to develop an opinion of when the screen might come on and when it might not?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis for the objection.
Rule 5, this is an experiment performed on evidence such as something seized, and we have not been provided this.
The objection is overruled. Rule 5 does not apply.
Thank you. So you did perform a number of tests, correct?
Yes, sir. Performed many tests over the weekend. I put pick it up and shake it, pick it up and throw it. I threw it off to my desk. I knocked it off of my desk. I tried to flip it end over end. I tried to throw it like a Frisbee. I did each one at least 10 to 20 times.
Okay. And were the results 100% conclusively? I mean, did the phone do the same thing every time?
No, not at all. Sometimes the screen would turn on. When I threw it, land face up, and then the screen would turn on. But a lot of the times I would throw it, and the screen would not turn on. It depends on how the accelerometer registered that movement.
So based off of your test, is it your opinion that an iPhone of the same make and model as Maggie's could be thrown and the screen not turned on?
Can't lead the witness.
All right. Did you develop an opinion about whether the screen would turn on every time a phone was thrown?
If the phone is thrown, the screen does not always turn on. In my experimentation, I determined that when the phone is thrown more like a Frisbee, 9 out of 10 times, the screen does not turn on. The times that it did turn on most often was when I pick it up and tried to shake it, then the screen would come on briefly.
Okay. But 9 out of 10 times, when you toss a phone like a Frisbee, the screen would not turn on, correct?
That is correct.
Not far from the stick.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
When you performed these experiments, did you record them in any way?
I did not.
You didn't video record doing any of this?
I did not.
Did you consider video recording any of these experiments?
Actually, it never crossed my mind.
You just did the experiments and then just sort of orally relay when you could have had a video to show us?
That is correct.
If you were going to throw a phone out from a moving vehicle, wouldn't you need to pick it up, to toss it?
Certainly.
And if I understand the previous testimony, when you pick it up, the screen comes on.
When you pick it up gently.
So if you pick it up to toss it out the window while you're driving, you got to pick it up. Is that correct?
Correct. And if you pick it up aggressively, it will not.
But not always.
Not always.
Sometimes will, sometimes won't.
Correct.
According to the experiments that you conducted since, when did you do these experiments?
I started it Friday afternoon and into Saturday.
So you did these experiments this last weekend.
Correct.
You did not record any data.
I did not.
You just played with the phone and are coming here to express your observations.
That's correct.
Do you have the phone that you used to do these experiments with you?
Not with me.
Are you aware of how the phone in this, Maggie's phone in this case, how it, when it was located, what its position was? Have you seen the photos?
I have.
And was it screen up?
It was screen up.
Okay. Would you agree then that it had to be thrown from a screen up position, because if it was screened down and you turned it over to throw it out, the screen would come on?
Of course not. It can tumble through the air.
So if the phone was screened down in the car and it ends up screen up over here, it has to turn over, right?
At least one time, yes, sir.
And do you, I guess, disagree with the previous testimony and demonstration that when you take the phone and turn it over, the screen comes on?
No, when you pick it up gently, the screen does come on.
We say pick it up. If you rotate it on that axis so that it's screen down to screen up, does the screen come on?
If I pick it up gently and rotate it, the screen comes on. If I pick it up aggressively, it does not.
And if it's facing you and rotates 90 degrees, does the screen come on?
Only if you do it gently. Again, if you do it aggressively,
How
it will
gently? Did you measure any of these forces?
I did not.
You just threw the phone around in your office?
Absolutely.
So you didn't record what you were doing, and you did not measure any data.
I
Was
did
this
not.
because you were afraid that you would have to disclose that data if you recorded it?
Of course not, no.
Do you normally do experiments and don't record any data or video, record anything?
It never crossed my mind to record video.
Do you believe that you would have to have disclosed that data if you had recorded it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I believe so, yes.
So the reason you didn't record data was that it would have to be produced, and then we could examine it and discover whether or not it was accurate.
No,
you
sir.
avoided that by not recording anything, correct?
No, sir. That's not correct.
Why didn't you record any data?
It did not cross my mind to video record my experiments. I just did the experiments to determine whether or not
And
the
you
screen would
didn't
turn on.
occur to you to measure how fast you were moving the phone? Maybe to even find out what is that threshold you claim where the phone goes from turning on to not turning on? Exactly when does that happen? You have no idea, do you?
No, sir. It would take me much longer to do these experiments to determine the exact speed and force required to turn the display on versus not.
Did you discover any, or did you attempt to locate any documentation regarding the raise to wake feature on the iPhone?
I did. I tried extensively. I reached out to several different forensic focus groups that I'm a part of, and we were not able to find any white papers on the subject.
So you were unable to find any actual data on it, so you resorted to throwing your phone around alone? Was anyone with you when you did this?
No, sir. I was alone in my office.
So you're alone in your office, throwing the phone around, taking no measurements, recording nothing over the weekend, and then you come in here and testify as an expert as to what the phone will do.
That's correct.
And testify that it's different than what we've seen it do right here in this courtroom.
That's correct.
Have you ever done this, anything like this before? You'd mentioned testifying 6 times before. Was this your expert testimony in any other case?
My expert testimony in other cases was always about cell phone reports and the data contained therein. I've never actually done physical experimentation to come up with a realistic result.
So your previous experience was extracting data from cell phones, is that accurate?
Correct.
Is that what you're trained to do?
Yes, sir.
The training that was listed, it was to extract data from a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Are you an engineer?
No, sir.
Do you have any certification in engineering?
No, sir.
Do you have any degree, academic qualifications in engineering?
No, sir.
Have you ever worked as an engineer?
No, sir.
You're trained in extracting data from the cell phone.
That's correct.
And when it comes to tossing it around and seeing how it moves, you don't know anything more than anyone else, do you?
No, sir.
So you had this. Your Honor, based on the previous answer, I would move to strike the expert opinion.
On what basis?
The witness just testified he has no expertise in this. That he just said he has no more knowledge about this than anyone else in the courtroom. That his expertise is in extracting data from the cell phone. And that this opinion is therefore outside of his expertise, and this is inadmissible opinion testimony.
Previously stipulated that he's an expert.
Yes, Your Honor, in extracting data from the cell phone, which was before we got to this testimony about
Says
this.
the state.
Your Honor, this witness performed a series of tests. He's reporting on, I'm sorry, Your Honor?
We know that. He's testified to that.
And he's expressed his opinion of what the phone will do in those series of tests. It's not an absolute opinion, but I think he can, his opinion of when the screen would light up is something he tested and something he can testify about.
Anything further?
Your Honor, simply that when he was proffered as an expert before this testimony, it was in extracting data from the cell phone, not in engineering, electrical engineering, which is where he's gone now.
Objections overruled.
So you just testified you have no more knowledge about engineering the iPhone than anyone here, correct?
I know more about how the iPhone works, but no, sir, I'm not an engineer.
You're not an engineer. When you said that the accelerometers are what trigger this feature, how do you know that?
That's from data that's on Apple's website.
So you found something on Raise the Wake that says that the accelerometers are what trigger this feature?
No, sir. That's the Only thing that is capable of detecting motion on the phone, besides GPS.
And you have no idea how much motion is required because you didn't measure, correct?
No, sir, I don't know the threshold.
Okay. You, this weekend, sat around your office by yourself, recording nothing, tossing the phone around here, and are now reporting those results as an expert in what?
In cell phone forensics. I understand how cell phones operate more than most people.
Do you understand the electrical engineering? Do you have any background in that?
I am not an engineer, no, sir.
Do you know how the accelerometers in the iPhone work? Can you tell us?
Not exactly, no, sir. But I know that they exist, and I know that's how the iPhone determines motion.
So there's an unknown device within the phone that detects motion in a way that you don't understand, and some amount of motion that you don't know how much because you didn't measure it does something that only you saw in your office this weekend. Is that correct?
No, I know what that is. It's the accelerometer. The accelerometer is what detects the motion, and that's what causes the iPhone to race to wake.
How does an accelerometer detect motion?
I'm not an engineer. I do not know how it detects motion. I just know that it does.
But, sir, you really haven't said anything you couldn't quickly find out on Google. Isn't that correct?
Probably, yes, sir.
So you have no expertise in this.
I have expertise in how cell phones work.
What do you mean by that, how cell phones work?
So I can tell you all about the knowledge C databases. I can tell you about the way iPhones, or not iPhones, I can tell you the way some software is written, what kind of code it's written in. I can tell you how data is stored on a cell phone, the programming that's involved with the iOS feature, and the different databases that are involved.
Can you tell us that if somebody was driving down the road, picked up a phone that was either on the seat or pulled it out of a pocket or something like that, and while continuing to drive, threw it out the window, that the screen would not come on if it landed face up?
I cannot tell you that it will not come on. I can tell you that it might not come on.
Because when you were alone throwing your phone around, you think it didn't come on sometimes.
Objection is sustained.
No further questions.
Anything further?
Just real quick. When Mr. Barber was asking about picking up a phone and then tossing it, about the raise awake, what Mr. Surgis demonstrated to jury was a gentle pickup, correct?
That is correct.
You test a more violent pickup or a more aggressive pickup and then moving to a throwing motion, correct?
Yes, sir. I just picked it up and threw it.
All right. And based off of what you tested and you observed, the screen does not come on most of the time?
When you throw it like a frisbee, it's most of the time. When you throw it end over end, it's more than half the time it will not come on.
All right. And Mr. Barber asked you several times whether you knew more than anybody else about these cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And in particular, in this instance, you do know more than most people because you performed a series of tests, correct?
Objection sustained.
You performed multiple tests over the weekend, correct?
That's correct.
Objection sustained.
What did you do this weekend?
This weekend I performed multiple tests on a device matching the same make and model as Maggie Murdaugh's to determine whether or not the raise to wake feature would always enable the screen to come on whenever the phone is thrown.
And Mr. Barber asked you several times about being an engineer, correct?
Correct.
And did you hear anything out of Mr. Sturgis last week that indicated he was an engineer?
No, sir.
All right. And do you testified you don't know exactly how the accelerometer works, correct?
That is correct.
Is that knowledge necessary to observe when a screen turns on and when it does not turn on?
No, sir.
Not further.
Anything further?
How many times do you have to run this experiment for your results to be statistically reliable?
I'm sorry, say it again?
How many times do you need to run this experiment for your results to be statistically reliable?
More than 10?
What your basis for that is?
It doesn't take that long to figure out that sometimes it turns on and sometimes it doesn't.
Do you know how to measure reliability using statistics?
I took statistics in college, yes, sir.
Do you know how to measure reliability using statistics?
Yes, sir.
How do you do it?
Well, you have to have a performative sample. You have to have a default group that has no change to it, and then you have to have your sample group where you actually perform a change. You take the data, you put it into a formula, it gives you a degree of reliability.
Did you do that here?
No, sir.
No further questions.
Step down. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, State calls Mark Ball.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. All right. Mark, thank you. You'll be seated and state your full name for the record. Your last name, please, sir.
It's Mark Ball. Last name B-A-L-L.
How you doing today?
Be doing better if I wasn't here.
I hear you. Well, we'll get you out of here pretty quickly. I wanted to just ask you a few very quick questions in response to the defense case. And first question I'd ask you is, prior to the murders of Maggie and Paul, did you ever hear Alec express any distrust of SLED?
No, sir.
Can you tell the jury what your observations were of his relationship with the law enforcement community?
I thought it was very good. I mean, he interacted with them regularly, as most civil lawyers do, and then with his side gig as, solicitor, he obviously had interaction with them as well.
Do you remember coming to find out that Alec had installed blue lights in the private vehicle?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury roughly how long ago that was?
I can't tell you precisely. I can tell you it wasn't the vehicle that's been seized. He got that vehicle in the end of December before the murders occurred in June, so he'd had that vehicle about 6 months roughly, and it was on the vehicle that was prior to that, and it was a Suburban as well. I don't remember when in that chain that they were actually installed, but it was some time.
Do you have some property around in this area?
I do.
And are you a hunter and an outdoorsman and shooter?
I am.
All right. Do you ever shoot hogs and other nuisance creatures?
A bunch of them.
And when you're riding around looking for hogs, what can you do that in the daytime?
Yes.
And is it not uncommon to see hogs during the daytime?
I shot 2 weeks ago. I shot 5.
During the daytime?
During the day, 4:30. They come out, all different times, but I mean, the more pressure you put on them, the more nocturnal they'll become, but they eat all the time, and they root, and the rooting's what the real problem is. They root up your roads and fields and everything else.
Have you ever known the defendant? You've known the defendant for how long?
34 years.
You aware the defendant and his family had a number of long guns, rifles, and shotguns?
Yes.
Have you ever known him to talk much about target shooting a pistol?
No, sir.
Do you know what Paul's weapon of choice was when shooting hogs?
Shooting
hogs.
The 300 blackouts were bought for hog hunting. I assume Paul would have shot them with anything he had, but that's what the 300 blackouts were bought for.
Did you have any conversations with the defendant when he was purchasing the original 2 blackouts as it relates to hog hunting?
I did. I'm not a big 300 blackout fan, and I told him that, and he bought them anyway and I think his cousin actually put them together, who was a game warden.
In the time after the murders, did you have a number of conversations with the defendant about his activities that night?
I did. I had that night and then subsequent days.
And did you go over those in fairly some sort of detail?
Yes, sir. You know, at times, sometimes it wasn't detailed. You know, it would just be checking on him to see how he was doing and to see, you know, if they'd come up with any leads or where things stood. I mean, everybody was trying to figure this out. I mean, this is one of those lightning strikes in life that just jolts you and there's no rhyme or reason.
What, if anything, did he say about whether or not he checked Maggie and Paul before he called 911?
As I testified before, my recollection of it was that he testified, or he told me, not testified, but he told me that he went to Maggie and then he went to Paul, rolled Paul over. His phone, I didn't hear the phone the first time he said that. I think that was about the second or third time. But I also wasn't really listening. I was listening to what occurred. You know, who did this? Why would they have done this? But the second time he went, it was reversed, where he went to Paul and then to Maggie. And like I told you before, I don't know whether that's just a slip, you know, from one to the other or vice versa. But he definitely went, checked on him, then called 911.
When was the first time you heard his admission and claim now that he did go to the kennels around 8:44 p.m.?
Thursday. Last
Past
Thursday.
Thursday?
Yeah.
And was he clear prior to that he did not go down there in his conversations with you?
Never said anything about that or any reason for it. It just, he'd never been there.
You said you've known the defendant for how long?
34 years.
Knowing what you know now, was he able to look you in the eye and lie convincingly and effortlessly to you?
Judge.
Objections overruled.
I mean, it's pretty obvious. I didn't know the stealing. I didn't know any of that. And, you know, it's not the way a plaintiff's practice works. You work on your own cases unless you're working with somebody else. And so you wouldn't necessarily be talking about his particular cases. So it's sort of yes and no. I mean, obviously, a lot of things that I was told and a lot of things just weren't there. I mean, the blue lights, the reasoning for the blue lights, the money missing from our account when he cashed the 2 checks, all of those types of things. You know, obviously they weren't truthful.
And did you feel like you knew the defendant well prior to June?
Sure thought I did.
Defense.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ball.
Good afternoon.
Just be clear, after the Labor Day weekend when Alex was confronted by the law firm.
Well, it was before Labor Day.
Yeah,
it was Thursday.
Friday or Thursday
Right.
before.
It was the Friday before we confronted him.
You ever talked to him since the day he was confronted?
I talked to him on that Monday when I believe that he and Randy and John were going to, I believe, Atlanta, to the facility down there. And I got a phone call, I don't know, 1 or 2 o'clock, whatever it was. I was coming from the office. I'd been digging through his files and stuff, and I got a call. It registered as John Marvin, and I picked it up and said, "What you need, John?" And it was Alec.
And that would have been Labor Day 2021?
That would have been Labor Day 2021.
And since Labor Day 2021, you've not spoken with Alec?
I have not.
And since Labor Day 2021, Alec has either been in rehab or jail, is that correct?
He has been, to my knowledge.
So you've not had any opportunity, I mean, he's been represented by counsel as well, right?
Sure. I mean, I wouldn't expect to if, he's being charged with crimes.
Right. So you wouldn't have any expectation that since September of 2021 that he would come to you, talk to you about whether he was on a video, whether he was at the kennels, or where he was, correct?
No, not since September.
Okay. You were asked questions about Alex distrust of SLED, and you testified that he had a good relationship with law enforcement.
He did. I never heard any mistrust of SLED or anybody else.
Well, let's talk about that.
From him, I mean.
Well, did Alec take the position that his son Paul was wrongfully charged for felony boating under the influence causing a death and serious bodily injury as a result of the boating accident?
Yes, I mean, I think he disputed that and was planning a vigorous defense of that.
And that happened, those charges have been pending since 2019, is that correct?
4 years ago, a couple of days ago.
Right. And so he did express some dissatisfaction over that case, correct?
Well, over that case, but I don't know that it was directed at law enforcement or who it was directed at. It was just, it wasn't, he didn't specifically say or didn't say, I distrust SLED or I distrust Beaufort County Sheriff's Department or DNR or whoever. It was just, he thought that there was defensible, it was a defensible case, the criminal charges against Paul, and there was this back and forth as to whether it could have been one of two people driving.
And you were informed, I believe, sometime in the spring of 2021 that SLED was actually investigating Alec for obstructing the boating accident investigation, right?
No, sir.
You were not aware of that?
I was not aware of that.
Do you know whether Alec was aware of that?
I have no idea what he was. He never said that to me. I didn't know about anything to do with the investigation until the grand jury, when I went to the grand jury.
Were you aware that he and his father sat in on the criminal prosecution of his good friend Greg Alexander?
I became aware of that. Well, back up. Yeah, I knew they went over there. I didn't know much about the detail until after the SLED came in after the 3rd of September 2021.
And Chief Alexander was prosecuted after SLED investigated him, correct?
I think that's the case, yes.
And that Alec and his father thought that Chief Alexander was wrongfully accused. Are you aware of that?
I don't know what they thought about it. I know that they were close to Greg Alexander, and Greg Alexander ultimately got off on a jury trial.
Now we do know that the Colleton County Sheriff's Department, in this case, recused themselves because Alec was...
Let me correct something. I said that he got off. He was found not guilty.
Right.
I mean, I don't want there to be a negative implication. I know Greg as well.
Sure.
So...
Well, thank you for clarifying that. And we do know that Sheriff Buddy Hill and the entire Colleton County Sheriff's Department recused themselves in this case because of Alec's close relationship with the Colleton County Sheriff's Department and law enforcement. Is that right?
I know they recused themselves, and I know they called in SLED that night. I wasn't privy to the reasoning, but I would make that assumption.
And there are different levels of law enforcement agencies, right? There's the say, the Town of Hampton Police Department, Hampton County Sheriff's Department, and Alec had a really good relationship at that level with those folks, correct?
He did.
And he had a really good relationship with the Colleton County Sheriff's Department, to your knowledge?
He did, as far as I know, yes.
Right. But I think I covered that. So you mentioned that hogs become nocturnal when there's a lot of pressure on them?
They can.
They can?
It depends on a lot of things. Like right now, the swamp's up. They're much more on the hill.
Right.
Then when times are dry, they go out into the flat swamp and root up everything out there.
And the pressure that you're referring to is hunting pressure.
Yeah.
And are you aware that Paul put a lot of pressure on the hogs at Moselle?
I knew Paul hunted hogs a lot of places. At one point, Paul had hog dogs and would hunt on people's property. He came to my property. He went to Ronnie's. But how much pressure they were putting on them, I don't know, because I wasn't over there. I mean, I'd ridden around their property several times, but it wasn't about hog hunting.
Sure. And I want to ask you about the Moselle property tract. So, we've all seen drone photos of the house and the kennels and Moselle Road. That's sort of right in front of the residence.
Yes.
Right. And then if you're sort of looking from a drone, and we've seen some aerial photos, I guess if you're headed south, there's the Dove Field right adjacent. Is that south, I would think?
Yeah, at least east.
Okay. And then back behind the Moselle residence, I think there's a river.
Well, there's a swamp.
The swamp
and
begins.
then the big Salkehatchie is back in there.
So the swamp begins behind the house and goes, I don't know, is that west?
Sort of south.
Right.
If the runway's running east and west,
okay,
then it would be south.
But the swamp is behind the house.
It's behind the house.
Okay. And across the street from the house is duck pond and shooting range and no swamp.
Correct. And timberland.
And all the hogs are going to be behind the house.
Mm-hmm. They're all over. They follow. There's a watershed ditch in there. They follow wherever, but predominantly they seek refuge or whatnot in the swamp. But they can be anywhere. I have them. There's gum ponds and every place else, and they just trample wherever they want to go. But you're right. By and large, they're in the swamp because it's wooded,
right,
and thick.
And in the month of June, pretty warm, is it not?
It usually is here in South Carolina.
Yes, it is. And do hogs stay in the swamp more in the heat of the summer?
I haven't noticed that, and I've killed probably well over 1,000 hogs.
All right.
And so we trap them all the way through. I mean, I've got 2 traps, well, actually I got 6 traps. But I mean, I trap them, I shoot them. They're just a scourge. They eat everything. They root up your roads. They get in your pine trees when they're little. They'll root them up. They're a teetotal nuisance. I carry a gun with me most of the time.
Do you have a gun with a thermal scope, so you hunt them at night?
I do have a thermal, and then I have others.
Yeah, Mr. Murdaugh, is there ever a time when you don't have a gun with you when you're traveling around?
Only if I forget it.
Okay.
But
that's what I thought.
Usually I have one.
And you understood that Maggie and Alec got 300 blackouts from Paul and Buster for Christmas one year, and they came with thermal scopes.
I do.
And are you aware that Paul had his lost or stolen?
I was.
And then he received a replacement without a thermal scope.
Right. My understanding was it had a red dot.
And that he didn't use that one very often. He used busters that did have the thermal scope. You've learned that?
I've heard bits and pieces. I haven't been watching everything, but I did.
Right.
Somebody told me that, or I heard it, one or the other.
And busters are sitting here in the courtroom. Were you aware of that?
I didn't. I assumed y'all had.
Okay.
I know that the black one was taken from the house because I was standing there.
Right. That's fair.
But you wouldn't use a thermal
In the daytime.
in the daytime for the most part. I mean, you could, I suppose, but it wouldn't serve much purpose.
There's been some discussion about Alex emoting and being emotional during trials. He's an emotional person altogether, isn't he?
I think he probably is.
I mean, you remember him speaking at when his dad got the order of the Palmetto, for example.
I do.
And he'd get emotional then.
Yeah.
And you remember him speaking at the trial lawyers after he had finished up his term, and he got emotional then.
Well, I wasn't there for that. So.
Oh, you missed that? Okay. But you've seen him get emotional frequently.
Sure, everybody gets emotional.
And he was extremely emotional after losing Maggie and Paul.
There's no question about that.
One last point. Do you recall reading or learning on the morning of June the 8th that statement was released through the Colleton County Sheriff's Office that says, at this time, there's no danger to the public. If information is received that dictates otherwise, we will immediately notify the public?
Yes.
Did that concern you?
Very much.
And why did it concern you?
Well, I had been over there that night. I left 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, came home, laid down for a little while, took a shower, and then I heard that. And I got on the phone with Sheriff Smalls on my way into work about 7:30 or so, and I asked him if he knew anything about what that was about, and he said, I don't know, I'll check. And then later that evening, the lieutenant from over here called me, and he explained that they didn't have any credible threats against anybody other than, they didn't have any threats, period, but they didn't have any, there was no knowledge, no information about anybody else being in harm's way. And we had probably a 30 or 45-minute conversation, and it didn't leave me any more I guess I still had questions because we have 60 or 70 people that work for us.
Sure.
And the last thing I wanted was somebody coming in and blasting up the place. And so we made the decision to lock the doors, and we did that for probably a couple of months.
Right.
And just like we're doing now.
Thank you. Indulgence. That's all. I have
Anything further?
You were asked a little bit about Colleton Sheriff's Department recusing themselves. Are you aware that they continue to assist on the case?
I know they were out there, and I wouldn't, the internal politics of who's lead and who's not lead. I mean, I know that they were there because one of the deputies called me the next morning and asked me where Paul's truck was, and I called Alex and verified where it was, and told, I had several interactions with them. So yeah, they were still involved. They weren't.
And for the first few months of the investigation, the local solicitor's office was still running the investigation, to your knowledge?
As far as I know, they were out there. Mr. Stone, his chief assistant were out there, and an investigator were out there the next day. And I want to say they were out there maybe 2 days, but to lend whatever assistance they could lend, I guess.
And that'd be the same
And
solicitors?
then I think it was August, I saw it like everybody else in the paper that Mr. Stone had recused himself.
And that'd be the same office for which the defendant had a badge, is that correct?
Correct. He was an assistant, and so was his father.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Just briefly, Mr. Ball, isn't it correct that law enforcement does the investigation, solicitor's office does the prosecution?
That's the way it normally works.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break, excuse the jury now, till 2:15. Please do not discuss the case. So everyone be seated. How many more witnesses do you have, Mr. Waters?
I believe just one, Your Honor. At lunchtime, there's one more that I might talk about, but I believe just one, Your Honor. And that would be Dr. Kinsey.
I've received an email that want to have counsel look at. Let's see who. Trying to figure who works here. About it on the other side of lunch. Anything else before we break for lunch?
Your Honor, very briefly, I know that there had been a request by the defense for a jury view, and for planning purposes, I didn't know if Your Honor had if we had some plan for that, to do that, I guess, after this last witness, or at what point?
Yes, after the state rests.
All right.
And depending on what time you rest today, it might be this afternoon.
Just,
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
And it could be now or after lunch, whatever the court prefers, but I would like to make a counsel motion for the record regarding the cell phone testimony we just heard.
Okay.
Your Honor, and the previous objection was that it was, which you overruled, which I was objecting to it being beyond the scope of the expertise with which it was offered, but the Supreme Court and counsel...
That wasn't your objection.
That was the objection. I'm now making a motion under counsel, Your Honor, for the record. And counsel, the Supreme Court said that when admitting scientific evidence, the trial judge must find the evidence will assist the trial fact, the expert witness is qualified, and the underlying science is reliable. The trial judge should apply the Jones factors to determine reliability, and then the case gives the Jones factors as In considering the admissibility of scientific evidence under the Jones standard, the court looks at several factors, including one, publications and peer review of the technique.
You know what the rule says beyond that?
Your Honor, the testimony we heard, which we had no notice of to make an earlier motion, there's no publications or peer review of the technique he described. There's no prior application of that method. He testified he's never done this before. Number three, the quality control procedures used to ensure reliability. No data was recorded at all, so there's none of that.
Your motion is late. You stipulated, you agreed that he was an expert. I gave you an opportunity to voir dire him, question him in any way.
Your Honor, we had no notice that he was going to offer this experiment. He was offered as a cell phone forensics expert, which he is. And there was no notice that he had done this engineering analysis throwing his phone around.
He did not do an engineering analysis. He said he didn't do an engineering analysis. And what was scientific about his testimony?
Well, yes, Your Honor, his testimony was not scientific. That's why moving under counsel that it is not reliable scientific testimony and it should be struck.
All right. What says the state?
Your Honor, I think, again, as Your Honor's pointed out, there was no objection. This was in the nature of reply testimony, and I think that, again, there's a practical experience that is acceptable for opinions to be offered, and that's kind of what we're talking about. He understands the raise-to-wake feature and the manner in which it works and in which it doesn't work, and he offered his testimony based on his experiments in that regard. Counsel was allowed to fully cross-examine the witness, and it will ultimately, go to weight and not admissibility, Your Honor.
All right. The objections are noted for the record. He did not provide scientific testimony. He conducted an experiment and told the jury about it. The fact that had the defense had any questions concerning his qualifications to testify as an expert witness, the defense had an opportunity to do that through voir dire or otherwise. Rule 5 does not apply to reply testimony in the sense that the state is not required to provide any advance report or anything. Your objection is noted for the record. The testimony speaks for itself, and that's that. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, one other matter. The forensic pathologist said this morning concerning some of her testimony about the white material that was noted. She indicated that she had never put that in her autopsy report. She'd never given this opinion before. We propose in sur rebuttal to bring our pathologist back to testify when they finish their case.
I'm not inclined to allow any sur rebuttal based on what I've heard at this point.
Even though she said wasn't in a report,
yes, sir.
Revealed it today for the first time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you're denying that request?
Yes, I'm not inclined to at this time.
Well, when would be the appropriate time?
Well, when it's time for you to offer it, then I'll hear it fully. But I'm telling you now, I do not anticipate allowing any sur rebuttal based on what I've heard at this point.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Anything else?
Nothing from the state prior to lunch break, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess till 2:15.
come to order. Be seated.
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 521 is a worksheet showing steps and time steps were taken, along with some calculations about how many steps per minute. It's come to my attention that there's a math error contained in the previously submitted exhibit, and I think the error bled over into the defense's exhibit. I think it's 156. And so at this time, with the state's consent, the state would like to just simply substitute a worksheet with the correct math for the previous incorrect worksheet.
The defense would also ask to do the same.
Okay. Yes, sir. If you'll bring the jury. All right, thank you. Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Kenny Kinsey.
you swear the testimony that you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? So help you God. Thank you. If you'll have a seat to adjust that microphone for me. If you'll state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Kenneth Lee Kinsey, Kinsey.
Welcome back, Dr. Kinsey. It feels like a year since you were here. You were qualified last week as an expert, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
What I would like for you to do right now is just to remind the jury, give them a little bit of background on your education, your work history, your credentials that made you qualified to be an expert witness.
Yes, sir. I've got a degree from Clemson University, a master's degree, that's undergraduate, a master's degree from Troy University, a PhD from Walden University. I have formerly been certified by the International Association for Identification 2 different times for crime scene investigation and reconstruction. I've worked approximately 800 death scenes in my career, and I've handled and processed countless evidence in crime scene and the crime scene related disciplines. I have completed and passed proficiency in those disciplines as recommended by the International Association for Identification, which includes oral exams, research, technical work, and also I worked under a qualified examiner for a determined amount of time. And I've been a police officer for approximately 30 years in various capacities.
And just to remind the jury, you were qualified as a forensic or crime scene forensics expert in this particular case.
Yes, sir, I was.
And real quick, what other types of qualifications as an expert do you possess?
I'm also a firearms instructor for handguns, shotguns. They call them patrol rifles, but that includes subguns, fully automatic and semi-automatic platforms. I have endorsements through the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I'm also a SLED concealed weapons permit instructor, and I'm formerly a law enforcement firearms instructor through the NRA.
Now, you've had an opportunity to review the case file for this particular case, correct?
Yes, I have.
And you have actually been out to the crime scene, correct?
I have.
Beg the court's indulgence. I would like to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 526. Do you recognize this map?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
That's a satellite map from the Moselle property.
I would like to offer this into evidence. I assume no objection.
No objection. Submit it.
Dr. Kinsey, we're going to keep our testimony today narrowly focused and tailored to a few witnesses that the defense put up this past week. Did you have the opportunity to observe one witness named Michael Sutton, who was a forensic mechanical engineer for the defense?
I did.
Now, do you recall any of his conclusions or what his main conclusion was regarding the size of the shooter?
I do.
What was that conclusion?
5'2" to 5'4".
I would like now, Doug, if you would, I would like for you to publish or cut on Defense Exhibit 140. Go to page 49. Okay, now what I want to do is we're going to get into this in just a moment, but they published this into evidence last week. And do you recognize these green lines coming out?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, and what do those green lines represent?
Those green lines represent a predicted static angle or I don't know what you would call it, trajectory for possible shooters.
And Doug, if you would go to page 74 of this presentation, please. Do you recognize this photo on page 74 of the defense exhibit?
I do.
And what is it?
It is Mr. Sutton pointing a pump-action shotgun into the feed room at Moselle.
Okay, and did Mr. Sutton develop his conclusions as to the height of the shooter based on math that he did in this particular case?
He said it was trigonometry, but yes, sir, he did.
Based on your many years of law enforcement experience, education, and training, what is your overall opinion on his conclusions?
I think his intentions are well, but I think his methods were flawed.
So what I want to do is I want to go back, and there were 3 previous angles that we just looked at in the previous slide, correct?
That is correct.
And then he also determined an angle here in this photo, correct?
That is correct.
And those are the angles that he used to determine the height of the shooter, correct?
That is correct. And Mr. Wilson, I don't know the totality of what he considered, but that was one of the elements, one of the criteria he used.
Okay, just to refresh the jury's recollection, Doug, if you go to page 4, it should be State 62. It's a picture. What is that a picture of?
That is a picture of what's been described as a quail pen.
Go to page 5, please. And what is that a picture of?
That is a close-up of that quail pen, and it has weathered cardboard on one end.
Okay, and that, for the record, is Exhibit 63 that is a picture of. And go to page 6, which should be State 64. And what is that a picture of?
That is a close-up of what appears to be a bullet defect or bullet damage in that cardboard.
Okay, now, they base their angles, of at least 2 angles. Well, let's back up. There were 2 angles taken from this particular one bullet hole. Why is that?
There were. I believe the original crime scene agent gave a possibility of 2 angles of the angle of impact in the cardboard.
Okay, and what are some things that someone can determine from examining a bullet hole in this cardboard?
Well, the first thing is direction. It lets you know that you had one or at least one projectile fired from that direction. It's a pretty good indicator for direction.
Okay, what's another thing that you can determine?
Sometimes you can determine the angle of impact and whether that bullet was affected before it struck that object. And what I mean is, was it deflected by flesh, or did it hit its target, or is there an internal problem with the weapon that would cause that bullet to be off-center?
Are you comfortable with the direction that was determined by Special Agent Worley in this particular photo?
I'm very confident of that direction.
Okay. The defense determined that there were 2 potential angles. How confident are you that the methodology used to determine those angles are accurate?
I have 0 confidence from this piece of evidence as far as establishing angles.
So that's interesting. You feel good about the direction of the bullet going into the quail cage, but you have a concern about the angle, correct?
That is correct.
Do you have a concern about the angle?
The angle of impact, yes, sir, that is correct.
What are 2 things that could affect the angle of impact on a surface like this cardboard?
As I mentioned before, you could have, that bullet could have hit an object, which we don't know, or it could be an internal problem with the firearm that causes it. When you think about, if I could explain,
yes.
When you think about a quarterback throwing a football, they spin that football and it makes it stable in flight. Well, a projectile coming out of the muzzle of a firearm, a single projectile firearm, works the same way. You've got little lands and grooves in that barrel. And as that propellant pushes that projectile down the barrel, it twists. Now, there's different twists depending on the firearm, but that twist, called rifling most commonly, that's what my grandfather called it, but it makes that bullet stable in flight. Anything that can throw that projectile off of battery, whether it be striking something or a firearm problem, maybe fouling too much lead in the barrel, those kind of things will make that bullet off-center. Now, it still may go the general direction, but the rotation of that projectile could be off just a little bit when it strikes a target.
So a good analogy would be a lineman getting his hand on a football and making it go wobbly, but it keeps going, correct?
That would work, yes, sir.
Don't leave the witness.
Doug, could you zoom in on this hole real quick? Dr. Kinsey, I'd like to ask you to step down here, and for demonstrative purposes, I'd like you to demonstrate how an angle of impact can be affected in cardboard with a dowel.
Yes.
Describe to the jury what you've done with this box.
I've placed 4 strategic holes in this box representing a bullet defect in cardboard. As you probably saw in the photographs, as a crime scene investigator, we use dowel rods to help determine direction and angle of impact. Now they can be as simple as a wooden dowel rod like you get at your hardware store, or they make some real complicated ones made out of fiberglass if you can afford it. You know, most agencies and most crime scene teams will use a fiberglass rod, but the wooden rods, as long as they're pretty straight and true, they work just the same. So if this represents a projectile defect in cardboard, and may I say weathered cardboard, because this has been out there at least a year and a half since this incident took place, you place that dowel rod in that defect, and then you can get an approximate angle or angle of impact on it, but you can definitely get a more confident direction if your shooter's over here and he's shooting this direction, or over here, or up or down. But it's not the end-all, be-all, and I can explain that to you also.
Okay. So how could you demonstrate how, well, back up a second, and step away so the jurors can see this photo, if you would. You saw the, I might need you up here.
Call and I will come.
You saw the defense expert's testimony, Mr. Sutton, I believe, last week, describing this hole. Can you explain to them how he determined the angle of impact based on what he was observing in this bullet entry?
I can, Mr. Wilson.
Please do so for the jury.
What Mr. Sutton did with geometry and trigonometry and a whole lot of tools, but basically a protractor, as we used when I testified previously, if you had a confident bullet defect, you can run a string and then put a level or it's a type of protractor, it's a bullet angle finder on top of that rod, and you can get a general angle of impact in a fixed object. However, this isn't a fixed object.
He referred to that little mark around 3 o'clock. What did he call that?
I think he called it a bullet wash.
Could it be a bullet wipe?
Bullet wipe, yeah, something like. It's not a term I use.
Okay.
I'm familiar with it.
And what was he assuming that bullet wipe was caused by, based on the testimony you heard?
From the angle. He's assuming
the angle of what?
The angle of impact.
Okay. What else could cause that?
As we mentioned, striking the surface beforehand, fouling in the barrel, something internal. It just throws the bullet off course a little bit. It's not spinning the way it normally spins. So when it strikes, it doesn't strike. It doesn't enter the way it normally would. It wallers a little bit, like that football we talked about.
What about the dowel rod?
Well, the purpose of inserting the dowel rod is to try to get the best angle or the best direction you can. And in a perfect world, the angle would be fairly confident, like another bullet defect we're going to talk about. Remember, this is weathered cardboard. So once that examiner, and these rods are not caliber specific either, because a crime scene investigator or an examiner can't look at a bullet hole and guess what caliber it is. That's nonsense. So you try to pick the one that fits the hole the best. And with some of the fancy kits, you get a little shim kit with some little rubber grommets that you can place in there, make it fit a little bit better. But more typically, you just pick the dowel rod that's closest to the hole.
Could a dowel rod affect the angle of impact?
Upon me inserting this dowel rod, I can do damage to that bullet defect. But more importantly, when I remove it, I could do damage. And it's very deceptive damage. It's not intentional, but it can damage the angle of impact, especially in a soft, unreliable object like cardboard.
You can return to the stand. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I can illustrate that, Mr. Wilson.
Please, go ahead.
What I'm saying, once a crime scene investigator gets what they need, they get their photographs, their measurements, their direction. So now this dowel rod's here. And none of us know this unless you've got a video of the examiner taking that dowel rod out. So we don't know what direction he or she might have pulled that dowel rod out because she's got her measurement. She or he is not considering someone coming behind them and measuring again for something in a piece of cardboard. And we're not talking about in wood or sheetrock, we're talking about cardboard. If you pull it to the right, you cause that same bullet wipe that we got in the photograph. Likewise, if I pull it to the left, now it looks like that projectile has entered from a left to right direction. And you can go on and up or down. That'll influence the appearance of that bullet defect because you've got an object like cardboard, something that there's no confidence in.
Thank you. You can set that down. So do you recall what the defense expert testified to the direction and angle of that particular angle of impact?
I do.
And what was it?
I think 1 and 3 degrees.
But do you remember, like, was it left to
Going
right,
up.
right to left?
Going up.
And from what way to what way? What direction to what direction?
Left to right, or right to left.
Right.
Yes, sir, right to left. I have to think about the quail pen in my head.
Are you confident that the direction was correct on this?
Yes, sir. I have no reason not to believe the direction. I mean, that would have to be a huge defect hole for it to throw the direction off.
How confident are you in the angle of this?
I have zero confidence in that angle of the bullet entry.
Doug, if you could go to page 21, which I believe is State's exhibit, a picture of State's Exhibit 38. Can you describe for the jury what that is right there?
Like the first defect, this is also a defect in a wooden, it's been described as a doghouse.
Now, you can also determine the angle of impact and the direction here, correct?
I can.
What degree of certainty do you have that they were right in the angle of impact and the direction in the doghouse?
I place a lot more confidence in this angle because that wood is fixed. It'll show a much truer projection of the angle of impact.
Can you, hold on one second. How is this particular, I think you just described it, but real quick, how is the doghouse different from the quail cage in determining the angle of impact?
Well, the doghouse, if you look at it, is at least a 1/2 inch to 3/4 thick. So, like I said, you've got a stable, dependable bullet defect. The cardboard is 2 pieces of brown paper with corrugated paper in between to cause, for strength purposes. But as I mentioned, not only is the cardboard, in my opinion, not a good substance to shoot into, it's also weathered, so that makes it even weaker.
Doug, can you go to page 42 on this exhibit? All right, can you, it doesn't have an exhibit number at the top, but this is page 42 on Defense Exhibit 40. Can you describe what this photo is?
Yes, sir. That is a computer animated drawing of some potential trajectories into that quail pen.
And the 2 gray boys here, what are they?
They are, they're 2 figures that were placed in that CAD presentation to represent shooters.
Go to 46 of the same exhibit and describe what this is.
This is one animated suspect, I guess, or shooter placed in a similar CAD drawing, photograph, animation.
Okay, now go to page 49. And what is, sorry, go back, that's the picture I wanted. So there's 3 angles represented in this picture, correct?
There are 3 angles.
2 of them are from the same hole, correct?
Yes, sir.
One of them is from the doghouse, correct?
That is correct.
You are you believe that the doghouse angle is fairly reliable?
I do.
You question the quail house angle, correct?
I place no confidence in that angle from the quail pen.
explain for the jury, and you observed the defense expert last week talking about this, how did they come to determine, based on these lines and where these gray figures are placed, how did they come to determine their heights were between 5'2" and 5'4"? We'll get to your opinions about that in a moment, but just explain for them how the defense expert got to that decision.
The defense expert said he tried plugging in different heights, and he had to place those animated figures on a plane, that line, that laser line, and he determined that they go back and forth on that plane to achieve the defects that are documented by the original crime scene examiner.
Doug, go to page 51 real quick. Let's see if that's the... So there's some yellow placards here on the ground. You see them?
I do.
And what do those yellow placards represent?
Cartridge cases that were found on the ground. They're markers, so once you find the cartridge cases, you put them there for documentation purposes, photography, and sketching purposes.
And why? Explain to the jury what the defense has determined that their angle is based on those static lines, those green lines, correct?
That is correct. Back and forth on that one static line for one angle and one static line for the other angle.
And they've placed them right there at that particular location. Why?
I think the defense expert was taking into consideration the location of the cartridge cases, and he was showing how it would fit those 5'2" animated figures that he placed in that presentation.
Is it your understanding, and I'll demonstrate, the gray figures are holding the firearm, and those gray lines represent like a string. They would run up and down, correct?
Yes, sir. That was the testimony. You go back and forth on this green line.
Okay. And that they would be right here because this is where the shell casings are. The shell casings are ejecting, correct?
That is how I understood his...
What?
Restate the question.
I'll restate the question. Why would they be placed right there in that particular location along that static green line?
Because they were in proximity to some of the shell casings.
Okay. Can you explain for this jury why their assumptions on the math they did are incorrect in determining that the shooter had to be between 5'2" and 5'4"?
Well, there's a bunch of variables. Variables do matter. There are a bunch that you would have to consider. First, you'd have to consider this to be a static crime scene. Very little movement, and when it is movement, it's controlled movement. Second, you would have to place some confidence in that angle of impact on that cardboard. Third, as I testified in my previous testimony, we're not able to test fire or with confidence what we know to be the weapon used in this situation with the same ammo. And they don't throw the ammo the same place every time. It may be in the general vicinity, but as I said, I believe in my previous testimony, if you knew exactly where it was going to throw that cartridge case, you could carry a bucket with you and sit that bucket, and all your cartridge cases would go in the bucket. But like we see in the sketch and in the animated drawing, those cartridge cases are throughout. They're in a pretty large little area. And what I also saw that I noticed from this CAD drawing is there's cartridge cases to the left of these animated shooters, which means that sometime at least two of these shots were fired with the shooter far to the left and not on this static green line.
Could you come down here real quick and point out what you're talking about as it relates to the location of the shell casing?
Yes, sir. I'm not sure if this is a shell casing here, Mr. Wilson, but right here, that is a shell casing, and it would not eject this direction in any situation depicted here in the presentation. It's not a left-handed, nobody's ever testified it was a left-handed AR-15, and like I said, they're kind of uncommon, and if it is, and that's a left-handed, then we couldn't explain the majority of them being to the right. So that's what makes this static line flawed.
Thank you.
And in another photograph, you can actually see a larger area of cartridge cases back here.
Thank you. Let's assume for a minute that the angles are correct. And they very well could be, correct?
They could be.
Why is the defense's theory as to the height of the shooter represented in this picture still wrong? What else could affect it?
Distance and height.
Would you like to take a moment to demonstrate for the jury what you're talking about?
Weapon position. Yes, sir. Will you tell me which angle you'd like me to demonstrate first?
Well, let me ask you this question before you step down. Can a person be on their knee and get the same angle and be standing and get the same angle?
Yes, sir.
Can a 6'4" person and a 5'4" person still shoot the same angle, just at different distances?
Absolutely.
Can you demonstrate for the jury why that is one way that this could have changed their math?
I can.
Please.
I measured this depth on the witness box during a break. It's 8 inches. I used to be 5'11", but as I get older, I'm about 5'10". But if I'm here, or I could be 5'8", or 5'2", or 5'4". Here I'm 5'10". Here I'm 6'6", and here I'm even over 7 foot, and I've still got the same angle. I have just added a little bit of distance to it. And as far as the quail pin angle, I'm 21 inches from the floor to my knee. I measured it. I believe it was testified that the defendant is 25 inches between the floor and his knee. So there's 4.5 to 5 inches difference in our heights. Here, I'm probably at 4'10" if I'm shouldering this weapon. And I don't know the mechanics or how it got this way. I'm just saying it's possible. Here, I'm at 39, 38 and some change. Or I can even take it lower or higher. And please don't ask me to demonstrate that twice, because I don't think my knees can do it again.
I think I heard him crack.
Yeah. But that takes me to 36 inches, 37 inches. With the defendant, it would be about 39. So it's definitely possible. Even from a shoulder weapon, it's possible. And we do not know how the weapon was being held.
From what you've observed in this crime scene, was Maggie moving at the time she was shot?
This was a very dynamic crime scene. I believe everything was moving. The victims and the suspect were moving.
And how do you know that?
Well, suspect would be the different firearms evidence, the cartridge cases. Like I said, there's no absolute. They're not going to throw them the exact same spot, but they will throw them in a similar direction. We've got cartridge cases in a pretty nice sized perimeter. We've got them at different locations from where Miss Maggie Murdaugh's body, the final resting place, and different angles and different positions in different directions. So that tells you it's very fluid and it's very dynamic.
So if I'm holding a gun and I'm moving and shooting, what is happening with those shell cases as I move?
They are moving as they're ejected.
Where was Maggie's head pointing when she hit the ground?
Miss Maggie Murdaugh's head was pointed in the direction of Paul Murdaugh, where his body rested, back toward the feed room.
What is your opinion of the defense's expert that says the shooter could not have been 6 feet 4 inches tall like the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I think that's a flawed opinion.
Could it have been a 6'4" person?
It could have been a 5'4", 6'4", or in my opinion, a 7'4", as I just demonstrated.
Doug, let's go to page 59 in the Defense Exhibit 140. That should reflect State's Exhibit 57. Dr. Kinsey, can you describe that picture for the jury?
Yes, sir, I can. That is a shot from inside the feed room, that back window pane where the buckshot exited Paul's left arm and then continued and exited the feed room.
Please go to page 67. Should be States 45, I believe. And what is that right there?
That's a pink string from the window to a pine tree.
And then go to page 69. And what is that a picture of?
I don't know if it's the same pink string, but it's also a pink string coming out of a window.
Okay. And go to page 74. And that is labeled Exhibit 54. And what is that a picture of?
That's a picture of Mr. Sutton with what looks like a pump-action shotgun pointed down into the feed room.
And what do you notice about the angle that he's holding the shotgun and the angle of the string?
Well, the string is parallel.
Let me correct you. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. What is the defense's theory right here, represented in this picture?
I've heard so many theories, but I really believe Mr. Sutton was trying to show that the angle wouldn't match if it was a taller shooter shooting into the feed room.
Okay. Doug, I'm not quite sure what page it is, but I think it's 2 back. Go back one more. There you go. That's it's labeled Exhibit 53, and what is that a picture of?
That's a picture of Mr. Sutton holding, I believe, the same shotgun, more parallel to the floor.
And what is he trying to demonstrate in this photo?
I believe he's trying to follow that pink string to that pine tree, or whatever got him to that pine tree.
Do you recall from his testimony how he got that angle?
I do, sir. I do. Mr. Sutton testified that he got to where he believes Paul was standing, and he got down and he peeped through the hole in the window, the one that he thought would match that corresponding defect in that pine tree, and he ran a string to that defect in that pine tree.
Are they trying to determine the angle of the shot is exactly the way the shotgun's being pointed?
Well, I believe they were trying to determine trajectory path of that projectile.
What is flawed about this?
Guys, with a rifle, you're talking about a single projectile, and most people understand the distinction. If you can find where it was fired and you can get a perfect impact, sometimes that'll give you an idea of the path of that projectile. With a shot shell, you're talking about 9, 12, or 16, in this case 9 buckshot pellets. They're packed in a shot shell with filler, it's like a styrofoam material. They're packed in a shot shell. When that cartridge, the primer of that cartridge is ignited and those pellets exit the muzzle of that firearm, they start to spread. We've heard a lot of testimony about that. They start to spread, and they spread in a cone. Okay, you got some at the top, some bottom, some left, and some right. And the more the distance becomes, the greater they spread. They're not like a mother duck with the ducklings right behind it and all the buckshot are in line. So you can't get a true trajectory on this shotgun. You can't even measure a true pattern, not even close to a pattern, with one pellet. So it's my opinion that that pellet that definitely impacted that pine tree, that's the top of the cone. So you've still got a bottom and you've got 2 sides of that cone, and unfortunately none of those pellets were located.
So, in your professional opinion, can you exclude a 6'4" defendant like Alex Murdaugh, or anyone for that matter at that height, from shooting that shotgun at that angle?
Absolutely not.
When the defense expert says that the shooter has to be between 5'2" and 5'4", do you disagree with that?
I do disagree with that, wholeheartedly.
With what degree of certainty do you think they're wrong in their conclusions?
I just think it's an unknown. I mean, there's many more variables you have to know. How the shooter was holding the gun. You know, how his proportion to legs matches up with body. I mean, that's something that we're all a little bit different. And I don't, unless you've got a video of that or someone tells you how they held a weapon, I think the notion that being able to look at this evidence and determine that is unscientific.
You said something a minute ago. You said there's so much we can't know. Could the shooter have been running laterally?
Certainly could have.
Could the shooter have been running toward Maggie?
Certainly.
Maggie was certainly moving, correct?
In my opinion, she was.
Could the shooter have been on their knees?
Could have been.
But there's no way to know for sure, correct?
That's an unknown, yes, sir.
And because there's so many unknowns, there's no way the defense expert can definitively exclude a 6'4" person from shooting the rifle and the shotgun, correct?
The defense?
Cannot be the witness.
In your opinion, can the defense, based on what you just testified to, exclude a 6'4" person from being the shooter, and with either weapon?
In my opinion, no. The defense witness is relying on math and absolute, and in crime scene investigation, sometimes there are no absolutes.
Dr. Kinsey, have you ever observed a contact wound to the head by a shotgun?
Yes, sir, I have.
How many times have you observed a contact wound to the head by a shotgun?
After the fact, I've seen several dozen, maybe 3 dozen. But I also had a gentleman that committed suicide in front of me, probably from me to you.
How many times have you actually seen either photos of a contact wound to the back of the head with a shotgun in your professional career?
Probably a dozen. Out of that 3 dozen, probably 24 of them were suicides or someone taking their own life, probably a dozen execution killings.
Can you describe for the jury what kind of trauma a face, and I know they've heard from a pathologist, but in your experience as an expert in crime scene forensics, can you describe the kind of trauma you have observed in your career with contact wounds to the back of the head or any part of the head?
Yes, sir, I have.
And specifically to the face?
Generally speaking, whether it be a shotgun or a large caliber handgun, the result is similar. You feel as though the forehead and the facial features have went away, and that's a kind way to put it. They're actually there, but they've been shredded, and the pathologist can actually put those features back in place, or the majority of it. But looking at it, it looks like from the teeth up, the person went away. It's just a mess.
Dr. Kinsey, I would like to show you, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 486. Can you look at that and say if you've seen that picture before?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what is the picture of?
It's a picture of Paul Murdaugh at autopsy.
And what part of Paul Murdaugh is it a picture of?
His face and his forehead.
Does his face look like it suffered the kind of trauma you have observed in the past from a contact gunshot wound to the back of the head or any part of the head?
No, sir, other than some red features from, falling on the cement after the fatal shot and some blotching to his skin, his face looks fairly normal to have gone through what he suffered.
And I'm not going to publish the photo again because I think people are tired of seeing it, but I do need for you to describe what kind of things you've observed with the eyes and the bones with people that you've seen that have been struck or shot in the back of the head at point blank range.
Yes, sir. Well, it's not always the back. Now, I've seen some from the side also.
From any
but yes, sir. Generally, like I said, it looks like the facial features have gone away, or they've at least changed drastically. A lot of times you will get large blood pockets or contusions under the eyes if the eyes don't pop out. A lot of times the eyes will pop out, and they'll be on what's left of the cheeks. The facial bones, you can grab them with a gloved hand and you can move them around. And you will actually have pellet exits in the skin flap. If you pull the skin up, you can see where the pellets, whether they be buckshot or close distance birdshot, you can see the actual defects from those pellets.
Based on your training and your many years of law enforcement experience, are the wounds suffered to Paul at the back of the head consistent with a contact shot to the back?
Absolutely not, in my opinion.
Okay, Dr. Kinsey, we'll move on from that for just a second. You were here yesterday, correct?
I was.
Did you have the opportunity to observe, I want to say his name correctly, I believe it was Tim Pombach?
I did. He
was a crime scene investigator who was qualified as an expert for the defense. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I would, he came up with two significant conclusions, you could say three, about how Paul was shot at the feed room. Do you remember what those were for this jury?
The big one that I recall is that Paul was shot in the back of the head with a contact wound. And the other one, that strikes in my mind, I don't know, the shooter passed him and shot him from inside the feed room. Those are the two big ones that I recall.
There was another one regarding the number of people there. Was there?
The thing about two shooters, yes, sir.
Okay. We'll get to that in a minute. I would like to, Doug, can you get the Elmo up? Exhibit 182. What's that a picture of?
That's a picture of that expert with his hands cupped opposite the hinges on the door frame.
Okay. I want to leave this picture up for a moment because what is the direction that the picture was taken from?
From inside the feed room.
Facing what direction?
Outside the feed room.
Okay. Now, you had an opportunity to hear the defense's theory on how Paul was shot, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
I would like to demonstrate that with you right now.
Yes, sir.
Can you walk us through the defense's theory as you understood it to be?
Yes, sir, I can.
Your Honor, for purposes of this demonstration, I don't know if the court would allow it, but it'd be nice if we could open this door. I want to make sure that there's security here, but if we could have that door open just for a minute or two. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm grabbing what Smart Estates Exhibit 4, which is a camo Benelli Super Black Eagle 3 shotgun 12 gauge. We'll use this for the demonstration, so step down. Now, is this door the same width as the feed room door?
It's a couple inches wider than the feed room door.
And of course, the feed room door doesn't have this, it's inset, correct?
That is correct.
So this is not exactly a replication of what happened at the feed room door, correct?
No, sir, it's not. The door swings the same direction, though.
Now, you have given me permission. I'm very careful about muzzle velocity. Muzzle awareness. But you have given me permission to point this at you, correct?
I have.
Okay. You actually asked me to, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. So go in there and stand a couple of feet back. It doesn't have to be 5 feet. But you have since testified that Paul was 5 feet inside the feed room, correct?
Can we demonstrate the first shot out here?
I am.
I believe they
All right, stand back a little bit because you got to stumble toward me.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to point like I'm pointing at you.
Yes, sir.
Paul is shot. Where's the shooter approximately outside the door?
The breech face or the ejection port of the shotgun is just past the door frame.
Okay, Paul has just been shot.
Yes, sir.
And in the defense's theory, You tell me what to do, and you act this out, and I'm going to do what you tell me to do based on the defense's theory of the case.
The defense agreed with the assessment that Paul stood there for a moment, bleeding down his injured left arm, and he slowly walked toward the door.
Okay, and what does the shooter do?
The shooter's coming in the door.
And then what does the shooter do?
He shoots Paul in the back of the head after he passes him.
Okay, and then shoots Paul in the back of the head like this, and where does the blood spatter go?
The blood spatter, the pellet defects, and one that I didn't know about that the expert collected was in the door frame at the top of the door.
Now I understand this is a little different than the feed room door. That's the best we can do. So what did you find odd about the theory, first of all?
I think the theory is preposterous, in my opinion.
Can you walk me through why you think it's preposterous?
Absolutely. Number one, that dry lock number 2 shot shell fires a projectile at 1,450 feet per second once it leaves the muzzle of that weapon. As was mentioned, that's a millisecond. That's fast. To think that the pressure from flesh and bone will cause that pellet, those steel pellets now, we're not talking about lead. Lead's a little bit more giving. Lead is malleable. It will crush or flatten. We're talking about steel, BB pellets. They will turn around because of the pressure, go back the opposite direction, 180-degree direction at enough velocity to dent a steel exterior door and embed in the door frame. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen, in my opinion.
I don't know if you mentioned this earlier, but can you talk about, make sure I get it right.
And can I add?
Please do.
Also, there's no defects to the OSB or the T111 siding in the bottom of the room.
All right, wait a second. You said a lot right there.
Yes, sir.
TS what?
TS111. It's like a exterior paneling that people put on their buildings. That's what's on the building.
For all us city boys, we appreciate you describing that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. It's a whole weather paneling. There's no defects at the bottom, and if that theory is correct, if this is an entrance and this is an exit, the shot still had to go somewhere. There's no defects down there on anything. The door frame, as I mentioned in my previous testimony, the door frame has a clean void. That would be perfectly in line with those from that shot shell. There's no cracks, chips, pellet holes in the cement. There's nothing in the OSB that's cheap
coming out.
That's man-made plywood. There's no defects in the plywood. There's no high-velocity blood spatter on the floor. What was pointed out to you is medium velocity, and that's from coming out of the wound and gravity bringing it down to the floor. You would see a pattern on the floor just like what you can see in the photographs at the top of that door. None of that's there. So I have to look at the science, and I have to look at inertia, and I have to look at that shot shell and how fast that shell is propelled out of that barrel, and I know that it can't turn around 180 degrees and go back the other direction. It's not like blood and tissue. We're talking about steel pellets.
Dr. Kinsey, are there studies on percentages of blowback when you're shooting into someone?
There are.
And based on your expert opinion, what percentage of blowback would come back at a shooter if they were able to shoot at that angle?
Well, I don't think there's any definite, but what I read is 8 to 10%, except in, like I said, it's not an absolute every time, but 8 to 10%. Remember, the most of your force is going out the front of the barrel.
And a moment ago, you were just talking about the defects and all of the trauma that would have happened to the paneling and the floor. Can you point on this photo with the dowel stick behind you for the jury? I just want them to see in this photo.
Right here. The void, as I documented in my original testimony, the void was from here down, other than one stray satellite drop of blood. That was fairly clean. From here to at least right here. But there's no defects here. There's no defects in that cement outside. There's no defects in the inside cement and none in this OSB right here. And that was still there when I did the tour. They ripped out all the shelving and some of the insulation, but this was still there.
Dr. Kinsey, you may have covered this a little bit, but explain for the jury if someone is shooting down, as we just demonstrated a moment ago here in the doorway, you're leaning out, the shooter is shooting down. How do pellets get embedded into the door frame up here? How is that possible?
I think it's impossible myself. Physics don't work that way unless you're shooting into a trampoline or a huge piece of steel, and then you may have a pellet deflected back on you. It happens many times, especially when we're shooting steel targets, but not at that velocity. It will not sink into the door frame, and it definitely will not dent that door with what I documented, in my opinion.
What is the restate for this jury what the defense's theory based on that blowback that would have exploded into the shooter's face here behind Paul? Explain for this jury what the defense's theory is about how that shooter would have been injured.
The defense expert testified that that shooter would be most probably incapacitated from blood, bone, and body fluid, and there was a high likelihood that he was injured by those pellets.
Dr. Kinsey, in your expert opinion, is there anything awkward about a shooter standing outside going into an enclosed area to turn around to shoot someone from enclosed? Is there something weird about that to you?
I can't figure out the methodology of a shooter. I've never done any crime like that, Mr. Wilson, but I don't see, if we talk about common sense and everybody's mentioned the totality when they don't have an answer for something, it's always, I looked at the totality, but I don't see any reason for someone to squeeze up past one victim in this doorway to go inside to shoot him back out. And if he did, if that scenario did happen, that doesn't explain all the pellets that are in the floor of the feed room that we've heard testimony to as to why law enforcement didn't clean those pellets up. If it happened the way the defense expert says those pellets would be out here in the yard, they would not be inside that feed room.
Dr. Kinsey, you ever had a chance to review the case file on this particular case and observe the defense testimony from last week?
It's two separate things. Yes, sir, I have reviewed our case file. All crime scene or what I felt was crime scene related evidence. I didn't look into the videos and a lot of that other stuff. And I have witnessed the testimony of the defense experts.
Are you familiar with what the investigation has determined about the tool marks found on the 300 blackout shells found around Maggie's body and the tool marks found on the weathered 300 blackout shells found way up by the house in the flower bed? Are you familiar with that?
I am familiar.
And what do you know about that?
The examination.
Of our case, it's going into completely new information. Their ballistic experts already testified. We didn't present a ballistic expert, and now they're parading him as a ballistic expert.
Response?
Your Honor, their expert said yesterday, about an hour and 9 minutes into their testimony, that it would be impractical for one shooter to bring in two long guns. It has always been the state's theory that the shooter owned both guns and had them on him. So we're rebutting what the defense expert said.
The objection's overruled.
Please answer the question,
Can you ask
Dr.
me
Kinsey.
again, Mr. Wilson, please?
Are you familiar with what the investigation has determined about the 300 blackout shells found around Maggie's body and the 300 blackout shells found up by the flower bed that appeared to be several months old and weathered? What relationship do the shells have to each other?
According to the firearms examination, those cartridge casings were loaded and ejected from the same weapon.
So a family-owned weapon is what was used to kill Maggie. Leading. What do you infer from that information?
I would infer that this is a family-owned firearm.
There was some testimony yesterday, Dr. Kinsey, about, well, it was from the defendant's brother, Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh. And it related to the following day, he came upon the crime scene. It had been cleared, and he saw how the crime scene was left. Can you explain, you've been in law enforcement for how many years?
30 years. Well, over 30, but 30 years getting paid.
And you're the chief deputy at a sheriff's department?
Yes, sir, Orangeburg County Sheriff's Office.
Just to clarify some things, can you explain normally or traditionally how crime scenes are cleaned up for this jury? Is it the responsibility of law enforcement, in other words?
No, sir. There are private companies that are contracted through SOVA. Well, it used to be SOVA. The name's changed now, and I'm sorry.
What does SOVA stand for?
It's Victims...
State?
It's the State Office of Victims Assistance, but it's now changed. I can't tell you what the new acronym is, but it works through our victims advocates, law enforcement victims advocates. Almost every department has them, and there's funding provided from taxpayer funds to work through your victims advocates, and you go out and you clean these crime scenes for the families so they don't bear the burden of cleaning those crime scenes. Law enforcement in particular cannot collect and dispose of and transport sounds terrible, body parts or body fluids. That's something the coroner has to do because it's actually by permit through DHEC. But to make it easy on the family, these companies can collect those items and then they will turn them over with a chain of custody, or they will properly dispose of those items.
Dr. Kinsey, is it your expert opinion that a 6'4" shooter cannot be excluded from the murder of Maggie and Paul?
I see nothing that could exclude a 6'4" shooter.
In your expert opinion, can you tell this jury, is it right for the defense to say that there had to be two shooters based on the testimony you heard yesterday? In your expert opinion, can you exclude two shooters?
I cannot include or exclude two shooters.
Can the defense include, to the exclusion of all other possibilities, two shooters?
Absolutely not.
Beg your court's indulgence. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Mr. Griffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Kinsey.
Hey, Mr. Griffin.
And anyone who has a doctorate degree, I want to call doctor. It's all right if I call you doctor?
I'll answer anything you call me, Mr. Griffin.
I understand.
I appreciate that.
But now, your degree, though, is in criminal justice. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You're not a doctor of pathology?
Absolutely not.
And you have no medical training?
I have training in pathology of gunshot wounds, yes, sir. I've attended several courses, classes, and seminars. It was also included in the criteria for the certifications I mentioned for the International Association for Identification. I've also conducted extensive research on police officer use of force cases and the injuries that result from therein.
Your doctorate is in criminal justice, and I believe your dissertation research is in use of force and perceptions of public attitude held by police trainers?
That is correct.
What was that?
Well, with the current atmosphere or what's been going on the last 5 or 6 years in our country, I was just trying to help. I wanted to figure out something that would assist with, because we've seen some law enforcement officers do some terrible things on video. We've also, we've got a segment of our society, the minority segment of our population. A lot of those citizens are in fear of law enforcement, and I wanted to study if the media perception as held by the three types of law enforcement trainers, if the media perception and the way they portray law enforcement, if that affected the way we train our officers, if we're too hypervigilant, or if we tell them, look, there's death waiting for you around every corner. Is that going to make law enforcement more prone to use force or use less force or those kind of criteria? And that's what I was interested in. I was laying the groundwork with a scientific quantitative study to allow someone to come behind me and do some further research just to expand that topic.
Right. But you said you also have done some gunshot wound training as part of some certification?
Yes, sir. The IAI, as I mentioned, I was formally certified 2 different times. I think it's a 5-year certification. And I did let it lapse in 2015 because that's when I started my PhD and I couldn't study for both. But that is an extensive process where you do research and you have to do a written test, and then with my proficiencies throughout SLED, and then I still do some with our sheriff's office now where you have to pass proficiency, and that is practical examinations, testing, and that kind of thing. Okay.
Now, in this case, that the state did have a pathologist, Dr. Reamer, correct?
Yes, sir, they did.
And you reviewed her autopsy report as part of your work, correct?
Not so much as reviewed her report, but I went and spoke with her in Charleston at her office.
Well, did you review her report?
I have access to her report, Mr. Griffin. I can't tell you I looked through the whole report.
And you understood that her opinion was it was a shoulder shot through the neck and then up out of the top of the head. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I believe we agreed on that. Yes, sir.
And your reconstruction opinion is that's the exact same angle that Paul was shot by the shooter. Shoulder, neck, out the top of the head.
Yes, sir, but I didn't just rely on her information. I also looked at the crime scene photographs, and I went to the scene myself.
I understand.
Yes, sir.
But, and then did you hear Dr. Eisenstadt, his testimony?
I did.
Now, you worked with SLED, did you not?
I did, yes, sir.
Dr. Eisenstadt worked for GBI, correct?
Yes, sir.
SLED does not have its own in-house division of medical examiners, do they?
No, sir. There are several fine medical examiners throughout the state. I've done autopsies in a lot of the bigger cities in South Carolina.
Dr. Eisenstadt worked, and he was the chief medical examiner toward the end at GBI, correct?
That's what he testified to. Okay. I don't know that doctor.
You didn't know of him before this case?
I did not, no,
okay.
Sir.
Now, he says, his opinion is, it was a gunshot wound, contact to the back of the head. Is that correct?
That is what he testified to, yes, sir.
And if he is correct, then your opinion is incorrect. Is that right?
I don't share the same opinion as that doctor. But yes, if he would be correct, that would make me incorrect.
Okay. Now, in your training, are you familiar with Mr. DeMayo's book on gunshot wounds?
I have read DeMayo. I've heard it described as the Bible. I don't consider, nor do my cohorts consider that as the gunshot Bible. There's 4 or 5 different versions out. There's one called Terminal Ballistics by Dobb, and there's also one, Gunshot Wounds by Doherty, and those are the ones that I'm more familiar with. But I'm not saying it's a bad textbook, and I'm not saying that the information in it's not correct.
Okay. Now, and we'll get to more of that in a moment. What I'd like to do is first address Mr. Sutton's work that you had criticisms of.
Well, I didn't have criticisms. We just have different opinions. He's an engineer, and I'm a crime scene investigator, okay. Mr. Griffin.
Well, seems like you said that the angles of to the quill pen were unreliable.
Absolutely.
Okay. And
And I have several more criteria that I didn't mention earlier, but I mean, if you want me to go into those, I will.
Well, I want to ask you first, what's your understanding as to how those measurements were taken? Who took those measurements in the quill pen?
The original angles were the original SLED crime scene agent that responded to the scene,
right,
and took those angles.
And you understand that Mr. Sutton relied upon Agent Worley's measurements?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Now you were putting a dowel, shoving it in a box and taking it out of the box as if Mr. Sutton went back and tried to remeasure it.
No, sir, that's not what I was insinuating. I said when the original agent removed her dowel, it wasn't nefarious, but depending on how she removed that dowel, she could have altered that impact.
Well, let's take a look at that, Doug. And this is Defendant's Exhibit 140. And can you pull that up? Yeah, the one you were showing with the state. Excuse me. Just go to the second slide to start with. There you go. So you understood from this exhibit that Mr. Sutton relied solely on the shot trajectories measured by Agent Worley.
As I said, it wasn't his intentions, Mr. Griffin. It was his results that I disagree with. It's not absolute. And he gave, in my opinion, an absolute opinion to this.
Well, why would Special Agent Worley take measurements if someone should not rely upon them?
I can't answer that. You'd have to ask Special Agent Worley. But in my opinion, the direction, even though she can't obtain a perfect angle of impact, or even if that weathered cardboard was damaged, it's not a good substance to depend on because it's just not hardy enough. And she was showing direction. I'm not saying the direction's wrong. I'm just saying I wouldn't put confidence reviewing this case or work in this case. I would not put confidence in anything that angle of impact tells me because it's cardboard.
All right. So if you can go to slide number 7, I believe I've numbered them correctly. And do you recognize that as being one of her measurements?
I do, yes, sir.
And do you think she took the dowel out and then put it back in to put this measuring device?
No, Mr. Griffin, I didn't say the angle. I said the angle of impact when he was talking about the bullet wipe and that part. That's what I was referring to, and that's what I'm saying. That hole can be altered when you remove those dowel rods. That shows direction, but that direction, I don't place a lot of confidence in it because we have more cartridge casings and we have injuries on Miss Maggie Murdaugh. We don't know if this bullet struck Miss Maggie Murdaugh. If it struck anyone else, we don't know that the defect in that doghouse struck Miss Maggie Murdaugh. Those are unknowns that we don't know. So all this proves to me is that the shooter was moving and more than likely Miss Maggie Murdaugh was moving.
All right, hang on. So Doug, if you'll back up one to number 6. So are you suggesting that this photograph, number 6, taken by SLED, Agent Worley, that was taken after the dowel was removed or before a dowel was put in there?
Mr. Griffin, I don't know. That's what I'm telling you. I don't know how it was altered when she removed the dowel. I wouldn't place confidence in this before inserting the dowel because it's paper. It's not something hardy.
Well, would your opinions be different if you knew she took the picture first before inserting the dowel?
It would still be irrelevant except for direction because we know we had a moving shooter, we know we had a moving victim, and we can't prove one way or the other whether the projectile that caused this defect struck Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
All right. So if you'll go to slide 8. Again, this is Agent Worley's measurements of a dowel in the hole. Is that correct?
Same picture. Yes, sir.
Well, let's go to number 9. It's a little closer. And is this measuring up and down or left and right? horizontal or vertical?
That is up and down.
Okay.
And I wasn't going to mention this, but the actual protractor or level finder is backwards. It would be a much more confident angle if the flat edge was up against the substance, but I wasn't going to bring that out.
And SLED did this, not...
SLED did that, yes, sir. But I don't know what her intentions were. Like I said, she could have just been trying to show direction. I don't know that, Mr. Griffin.
Well, this is direction, but it's up and down direction, right?
Yes, sir. It's showing angle of impact also.
Right. And if you had confidence in the angle of impact, you could do, whether you're doing it with a ferro system or just, the old-fashioned way with some sort of colored twine. I mean, it's a legitimate way to determine shot angles.
I don't know what it would prove, and I've run it through my head 1,000,000 times. I don't know what more it would prove other than you've got a moving victim, you've got a moving shooter, and that at some point in time, Miss Maggie Murdaugh was over there in the vicinity of that quail pen, and we know that because we identified that tire tread impression on her leg as being from that Polaris or another tire just like it.
Okay.
So I know that already.
So if you go to slide 12, please, which is Exhibit 70. So you know that this shot angle through the quail pen also went through the feed room. Through the shed, through that wooden wall. That wooden wall there, correct?
I don't think I observed a photograph of the inside of the shed. I may have, but I don't believe I ever observed that.
Well, do you see number 12 going all the way through? This is the dowel that goes from the outside, the inside, and then on through the back side of the quail pen.
I see it being held up by the cardboard and the rabbit wire, but I don't know what's behind that cardboard.
You're unaware that it actually went through the wood there. You didn't know that?
I do not know, and like I said, I don't see what it would prove. I don't see any more that it would prove than you've got a moving suspect and a moving victim.
Well, if the measurement included going through fixed wood siding, that would give you more confidence that the angle is accurate, would it not?
Yes, sir, but the angle itself will prove no more for me than direction, because what this proves to me is at some point in time, Miss Maggie Murdaugh was close to this quail pen. If this shot is related, and I have no reason to believe it's not, and my shooter was moving, my victim was moving. I don't know forensically what else that can prove.
Well, you can certainly measure the angle of the bullet entrance to the quail pen and calculate backwards to see where that shot was fired from.
You could, yes, sir.
And that's what Mr. Sutton did he not?
He did, and I never disagreed with his direction. I'm disagreeing with his final analysis or his final result that you can judge how tall a shooter is without knowing a whole lot of other variables.
Well, you understood that Mr. Sutton said that the gun, the barrel was somewhere on that line at to make the shot angle.
Moving back and forth on that line, yes, sir. Yeah. I heard his testimony.
And that he picked a spot and said if you put the gun at a hip level to get on that line, he used a 5'2" person as an example. That's
exclusively, yes, sir. I do.
But he did not say the person had to be 5'2", did he? I mean, we all know it could be dynamic. A 5'8", 6-foot person can get low.
What I gathered from his testimony is it was his opinion that only a person in that height range could have fired that weapon. That was my opinion.
Well, his opinion was that it would be a shooter at 6'4", it would be an unnatural position for them to fire at that low of a level.
And that's the part I disagree with. I don't know how Mr. Sutton could publish an opinion about what's natural or unnatural.
Well, if it's someone's 6'4" and the muzzle of the gun is being fired at 28 inches off the ground, I mean, the 6'4" person who's got to get down on the ground or hold it down below their knees. Isn't that correct?
I have demonstrated several different ways, depending on distance and height, that a shooter can shoot any. We don't know. We don't have a video of it, Mr. Griffin.
Right. But Mr. Sutton's methodology, I think what I'm hearing you now is you don't have a real dispute to his methodology.
He's an engineer. Yes, sir.
Okay. What you dispute is the accuracy of the angle coming out of the quail pen because of the construction being cardboard. Is that right?
Yes, sir. I said that if I was investigating that and even reviewing that case as a consult, I put little or no confidence in that angle of the impact of that cardboard. Now, I put much greater confidence in the one for the dog kennel.
Okay. Well, let's see if we can. You mentioned you had a fair amount of confidence in at least one of the angles coming out of the quail pen, right? Left or right?
The direction, yes, sir.
The direction. And so let's take a look at that right quick. And Doug, if you'll go to
Time. Please go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case. Court reporter needs a break. We'll take 15 minutes.
Be seated.
You bring the jury.
Jury is present, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Griffin. Yes, sir.
Dr. Kinsey, I'm still talking about the quail pen. You remember how tall off the ground that defect is?
I do not from memory, Mr. Griffin.
If I would show you Agent Wardley's report, take a look at it. We don't, it's already in evidence somewhere, but if you could just tell the jury, if that's consistent with your understanding of how high that defect is.
$4'2".
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And did you inspect, when you were out there, did you inspect the entry in the quail pen or the damage to the shop behind the quail pen at all?
I looked at all of it, but I did not run any angles.
Okay. And did you ever talk to Agent Worley about her measurements?
I did. Yes, sir. I did interview Agent Worley about her work on the scene.
When was that?
Back the first or second week of December at the New Sled Laboratory.
Okay.
I can give you an exact date if I look back through my notes.
I don't need that. But are you being compensated for your time?
I am. Yes, sir.
And how much have you been paid thus far, and how much you hope to get paid before it's all said and done?
Well, I'm a Baptist, so if I didn't charge something, my friends and family would talk bad about me. But my retainer is $2,500, and I have a flat $100 an hour rate. And when I added it up, I was up a little over 100 hours. But I ended my retainer myself without anyone asking me to do a little over a week and a half ago. And I'm now working off of a mutual aid agreement that my sheriff's allowing me to do that, Sheriff Leroy Ravenel from Orangeburg.
Sure.
So I'm not charging anything from a little bit before last week on.
So 100 hours, $100, is that?
That's roughly, I have expended roughly, not all of it was daytime, but if I take off, I have to use personal leave from work to do this work. So roughly 75, 80 hours I have used of time from work.
Okay. So you've made $7,500, $10,000?
Well, I've spent way more than that running up and down the highways, Mr. Griffin. I've probably been to 20 meetings or so, but yes, sir, if you look at it that way.
Okay. Now, Doug, back to exhibit.
But I will be going up next week.
Exhibit 140, and if you'll go to slide 31, please. I think it's the right number. Yeah. So this is from Mr. Sutton, and it's got, let's just focus on the angle going in the quail pen. This is not a height issue. This is the angle. Do you have any disagreement with this angle?
I don't. The only problem I have with it, I know there was a side-by-side there, and I don't see the side-by-side depicted on this photograph. So looking at it, I could not tell you how that would play into that angle.
Okay. But, the quail pen's 4 feet, the defect in the quail pen's 4 feet, 2 inches off the ground, and according to Agent Worley, the shot angle is rising either 1 degree or 1.5 degrees or 3 degrees. Is that consistent?
That's accurate, yes, sir.
Well, let me ask you, do you believe the shot angle is rising? I mean, you may not agree with that exact angle, but do you believe it's rising toward the quail pen?
Well, I believe it could be. Yes, sir, I do.
Do you believe it could be a downward
I do not
trajectory?
believe, looking at it, that it could be downward. No, sir.
So we can eliminate downward.
Well, if you're going by my results, I'm saying that I don't believe it's downward.
Okay. And so if it's going upward, and then you take that line back that we see, this line, at some point in time it's going to go into the ground, will it not?
It should, yes, sir.
And do you know where that terminal point is, roughly?
I have no idea, Mr. Griffin. As I said, I know I've got a moving victim. I know I've got a moving suspect.
Okay.
I know there's a lot of movement. I don't see where that's worth 25 cents or a quarter one way or the other. It gives me an idea that this is a fluid and dynamic crime scene.
Well, if you had confidence in the vertical angle, then you would be able to determine the depending on where along the way, you would be able to determine the height of the muzzle of the gun if you had confidence in the aim.
Well, I'd have to know a bunch of unknowns also. How the shooter's holding the gun, how tall the shooter is, the distance, did he move a shell casing, did he not? I mean, I don't know those things, and I'm not going to make them up.
No, I mean, would you have to know all those things to know how high the muzzle is off the ground at any point along that line?
If you give me a fixed point and I knew that I had a strategic fixed position I was shooting, I could run a tape measure and know where they were at.
And it doesn't matter whether it's a 7.4, 6.4, 4.4 person, the muzzle's going to be at a fixed spot, right?
That's the way angles work, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, on this Faro, and Faro is the SLED does Faro work, do they not?
Yes, sir.
And it is the state-of-the-art technology in scanning and getting measurements?
It is the new thing. We use the sketch pad and a pencil, but I do understand the technical part of it.
And would you agree with me that the feed room would be about right in here? Can you see that? You want to come down and point out where the feed room would be on this angle? Excuse me, on this Faro? And I'll give you I thought I would.
I believe it's right here.
Right there at the end of the structure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And I guess you don't have the measurements, but do you know roughly how far this line, this angle would be away from the corner of that structure?
I have no idea, Mr. Griffin.
You've not done that math?
No, sir, and I saw no need to if all the shell casings are up here by the shed.
Okay. All right. Now, I want to go back to Paul and his injuries, and and I guess first I want to talk about your analysis. We've been critical of, y'all have been critical of Mr. Palmbach and Dr. Eisenstadt, but under your analysis, the shot of the gun was up through the left shoulder, jaw, and out the top of the head. Correct?
Yes, sir. That is my opinion.
And you, I'm going to come up here, and this is the feed room door here. I just want to understand where you have Paul under your analysis. Is Paul on this side?
Which shot, Mr. Griffin?
The last shot.
The fatal shot?
Yes, sir.
Well, as I mentioned in my report, I would assume he's closer to this wall because I've got a void 6 inches below that light switch. If you look at the outside photograph of that building, there's a silver light cover on the wall. And about 6 inches below that, I've got one stray satellite drop of blood, and then it's fairly clean. You've got some outliers, but it's fairly clean going down.
Okay. So you think Paul is closer, and this would be the door and it's swung open, so you think Paul is closer to this side?
Well, I think it would have to be Paul because the angle wouldn't match up if the shooter was here and Paul was over there. It wouldn't match up either way. Whether it was down in the head or up in the head, it still wouldn't match up either way if Paul was against the hinge side of the door.
And Paul was standing roughly how I'm standing?
No, sir. As I demonstrated, well, we tried to demonstrate, me and Mr. Harpootlian were kind of dancing up here, but I believe he come out with his head down. He's drooped on the left side, and he come out on this side with his shoulder just outside the room. Yes, sir. About like that.
Okay. And then the shooter is off to Paul's left?
Yes, sir. From this side. Yes, sir.
And the shooter has a shotgun, right?
Absolutely.
and he is some 2.5 feet away?
Well,
I mean, the barrel is 2.5 feet away?
That's what Dr. Reamer said. Yes, sir.
What do you say?
I don't believe it was that far away. But I'm not, like I said in my earlier testimony, I'm not going to contradict a pathologist. She knows more about the human body than I do.
All right. But you don't mind contradicting Dr. Eisenstadt?
Well, because I've been to the scene and I've reviewed all this evidence. Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, well, that's what we're doing. So if you say, let's take 2.5 feet from the end of the muzzle, is that what we're talking about?
Yes, sir, that is.
And then you've got to back the shooter up to hold the gun, and I guess if you got it at 45 degrees, right?
Well, as mentioned a dozen times so far, I don't know how long this shotgun is.
Okay.
Okay, but it would be here. And I don't know where he's standing, most probably behind this wall, because Paul is stumbling toward him. So here.
So the shooter's shooting left-handed, you think?
Well, I don't know if he's left or right-handed, Mr. Griffin.
Okay.
I don't know that part.
Right.
But that angle would match up, despite all the...
That matches up?
Yes, sir, that would match up.
Now tell me, in that angle, and this dials the gun, where's that shot shell going if it ejects?
If I'm pointing into the room, it could go inside the room.
Well, you just raise it up to... I mean, that's under your angle.
But I'm behind the gun. I'm behind the gun, so that's going to push the weapon out a little bit. The ejection port's on the right, so the shell could easily end up in that room.
If Paul's standing there and the end of the muzzle is 2.5 feet away,
yes, sir.
You're saying could eject in the room?
The door is this wide. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
At 45 degrees?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's doable. Yes, sir.
And then under your analysis.
Your analysis.
Your analysis.
Oh, my analysis. Okay.
Your analysis.
Yes, sir.
We're not there. We're not there. We're still in court. The shot's going up through Paul, chest, jaw, out the top of his head.
Yes, sir.
Number 2 bird shot.
Number 2 steel shot, dry lock, 3-inch. Yes, sir.
And you counted, and I think you said 150, 156. I can't remember.
Well, the literature says 156. I was like 150, but I kept getting tired of counting, and I think I kept messing up. So I'm going to say the literature is probably correct.
Okay. And I think there were some 60 to 70 that were found in his body, at least.
I have no reason to doubt that. No, sir. Okay. I didn't go 1, 2, 3, 4 and count them on the X-ray, but I believe that.
Okay. And Doug, if you'll pull up, please, Defendant's Exhibit 188, which is in evidence. Well, I don't want to do that one. Hang on. Let's do crime scene photos. And folks, this is going to be a sealed exhibit, so please cover your monitors. Turn on. Doug, this is Defendant's 193 as soon as we're ready. So you tell us, you recognize this photo?
Yes, sir.
And this is the door?
Yes, sir.
And this part of the door is blood spattered?
Yes, sir, it is.
And then there's hair?
There is hair. There's a little bit of bone, and there's some other body tissue.
Okay. And there, you think, where is Paul in relation to the door at this
He
point?
would be right where I showed you, off at 135-ish, give or take a few degrees, closer to this side, so you could make that angle. You can look at the directionality in the blood and tell which direction it's going.
Okay. And coming out of the top of his head would be 75 steel pellets?
Yes, sir. That's no other way for him to get out. Yes, sir.
and you went out there and you found one indentation.
Well, it's an indentation, but that is a little deceptive because you can see the paint damage to the top of the door. One indent is what I found, but I said bullet defects. The S got dropped from that. But if you zoom in on that, you can see where the paint was just disturbed around that indentation. But one proves it didn't go back the other direction, Mr. Griffin. It doesn't take a lot.
So if you'll pull up 188, defendants in evidence 188, and this is not under seal. 188, please. And zoom in on the indentation.
There's actually several if you,
All right.
you're cutting in on that one, but.
So you say there are more defects on the door?
Yes, sir.
Did you document any defects that you observed on the door?
I got them in a photograph. I can show you.
Okay.
What other documentation did I need to do it to verify that that's the same door?
No, I'm just talking about other pellet marks on the door.
There are other pellet marks on there. Yes, sir. You just cut that one down, but if you move up a little bit, you can see the little indentions right there in the paint.
All right, back it up, Doug.
Right above the hinge, right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay.
There's several of them there.
And then you see this pellet here in the...
I did not see that, but I'm vertically challenged, and I wish I could have looked up and saw that pellet, but I did not see that pellet lodged in that door frame. But I'm glad Mr. Pombach, however you say his name, I'm glad he found it because that even proves my point a little bit more.
Well, I want to ask you, according to your shot angle, how would a pellet get there?
It's really? The cone. It's a cone, Mr. Griffin. I've already described how a shot pattern works. It's a cone.
So this missed his head, you think?
No, it come out of his head.
Okay.
And the ones in the floor in the feed room probably also come out of his head. They bounced off that door, the OSB, and in the feed room.
Okay. And so you believe that this pellet that's in the door jamb came through his shoulder, through his neck, out the top of his head, and ended up at that location?
Well, it didn't turn around and come back out the top of his head. Yes, sir, I do believe that.
Well, now you said there's blowback, 8 to 10%. What do you mean? You testified earlier there's blowback about 8.
If someone is behind the stock of a long gun and you shoot someone within distance to have high velocity spatter come back at you, it's going to be 8 to 10% of what's in front of the gun is going to come back at you, and a lot of the literature supports that.
Well, were you let me show you, and this is under seal. Please cover up, and it's Defendant's Exhibit 192. Under seal, 192. Do you see that?
What?
This photo.
Yes, sir.
Now, this blood spatter down here where you say Paul would be standing, what's your explanation for that?
What do you mean, what's my explanation?
What is it?
That is medium directional blood spatter.
From what injury to Paul?
Probably his brain hitting the sidewalk would be my best guess, but that's not high velocity.
Now, you understand what Mr. Palmbach said was that that's more consistent with Paul being shot from the top of the head, going through his neck, out his shoulder, and producing that stain.
I also understand Mr. Palmbach said there's no damage over here from those shot pellets, and you can't have one without the other. I disagree with that result.
So you believe this is from Paul's brain landing
Either his brain landing on the sidewalk, bouncing off the door, or either his body falling in body fluids outside. That's low velocity, low to medium velocity. That's not high velocity blood spatter. That's stomping in a puddle of blood or something moving in a puddle of blood. That's not the projected blood like you'd have a millimeter or less in high velocity blood spatter. That's large. It does show some directionality. It's coming from the door frame or either right outside the door frame, but it's large. That's way too large to be associated with the exit hole of a gunshot.
So you understand his brain landed feet outside?
I do understand, Mr. Griffin, but I also know his brain made contact with that door and the top of that door frame before it landed. And I know gravity works and brings body fluids back down to earth. Okay. You got one or the other, either that or when he fell in existing blood. That is low velocity. Like I said, that's associated with something in a puddle or something large. That's not associated with a gunshot or high-speed machinery.
Now, would you agree this is a voiding area over here on the door?
I wouldn't agree it's a void area because I don't see the outline of shoes, or I don't see the outline of a implement or the outline of anything else. I would say there's more concentrated blood droplets over here on the side opposite the hinge, but I would not necessarily agree that's a void area. I see downward spatter on the door right here. For it to be a void, that would have to be absent blood.
Well, you see a little bit.
I do, yes, sir.
But you don't see very much blood on the door.
Not compared to the other side. You're correct.
Okay. Now,
but if there's something there, Mr. Griffin, blocking that spot, you're not going to see a little bit. You're going to see none. If you're standing there and I splash you with blood, there's going to be two perfect bloodless footprints there. So that's why I'm not considering this a void.
Unless it goes up and comes down.
Gravity brings it down. That is right. And if your person had time to move or whatever, I guess that could count for it. But
well,
I don't consider.
If it went over the person and came down.
And that would do what?
If body matter went over, brain went over, hit the top of the door, and then bounced out, and blood came down, that would account for a drop here or there, would it not?
It could count for a drop here or there, but like I told you, the majority of that force is applied upward.
Right.
Upward. That's why you got the hair on the ceiling. That's why you've got the demarcation line on the containers. That body fluid was directed upward with force.
Okay. And the you mentioned there's no footprints here. Was any effort made to illuminate footwear impressions through any protein enhancers?
I didn't see any of that, Mr. Griffin, if they did. I saw no evidence of that when I went back to the scene. Generally, when you use dye stains and that kind of thing, it's just going to be there forever.
Dye stain would have picked up, perhaps, stained footwear impressions you can't see with the naked eye, wouldn't they?
It may have, if someone had stepped in blood and left a footwear impression.
Right. Well, there's a shooter somewhere, inside or outside the door, correct?
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
And there's no effort to determine footwear impressions of the shooter.
Mr. Griffin, obviously,
was there?
I don't know. I don't know what the process was. I know they examined some partial footwear impressions.
You can take this down, Doug.
But I don't know how far they went beyond that.
Well, they certainly should have gone further than they did. Would you agree with that?
Mr. Griffin, I can only judge what I would do, and sometimes I would, sometimes I wouldn't. If I saw evidence that I had something that I needed some more detail, I would use chemicals, but it just depends on the situation.
Kenzie, I'm going to show you what we marked as Defendant's Exhibit 197 and 196. And I'll ask you first, 197, do you recognize that as essentially a picture outside the feed room door?
Yes, sir, I do.
And Your Honor would move 197 into evidence this time without objection, I believe.
Without objection.
Are you offering both of them?
Yes, sir.
Any objection to either?
No objection, Your
They're
Honor.
both admitted.
All right, and 196. Dr. Kimsey, what would you make of those pot marks on the concrete outside the feed room door?
I don't know, Mr. Griffin. I don't know what they are.
Could they be pellet?
I guess they could be.
All right.
They could be from a pressure washer also.
Oh, you have these? Okay, great. So we're seeing for the jury 197, and then can you zoom in there? Can you, Doug, go to 196, please. So those could be from a pressure washer, and those could be from a number 2 birdshot pellets, correct?
Well, I don't know. I have to see the cement everywhere else to see how it's weathered.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Now, last few questions, you mentioned that that you had seen some 12 execution-style killings with contact wounds to the head.
I said I've worked about 3 dozen total. Probably 12 of them were homicides to the head. The execution thing, I don't know if it's execution or just contact, but I would say it's self-inflicted as opposed to someone else doing it.
Well, so let's get it right. 36 total. I thought
probably 3 dozen total, yes, sir. And 2/3 of that was probably self-inflicted, so that would leave 12.
Self-inflicted are usually under the chin and the mouth on the side.
Well, the one that I witnessed was to the forehead.
To the forehead.
Yes, sir.
Now, of the 36, how many were shotguns?
No, I've worked a lot of self-inflicted gunshot deaths. I was saying shotguns. About 3 dozen.
36 shotguns.
Yes, sir.
Roughly 12.
And a couple of them were accidents too, but yes, sir.
Okay. And the and how many involved number 2 birdshot?
I don't recall. I had some with birdshot. I don't recall if it was number 2, 4, 8, 9. I don't know.
And how many were to the back of the head?
A dozen, probably a dozen, were to the head. Contact either the back or the sides, or the one I told you about in the front.
Okay. And any of those, did the brain evacuate from the skull cavity?
I have seen them. I have seen the brains come out. Usually that was from one here. I'm not going to say I haven't seen it. I probably have seen it. But most definitely, like I said earlier when I described it, it looks like it goes away. It's really still there. It's just not something you can quantify. I mean, it's just a mess. That's the only way I can explain it.
In your career, have you ever worked a case where a victim's brain had been evacuated the way Paul's was in this case?
Yes, sir, I have, and tongues also. Tongue and brain, I have seen them. Yes, sir.
And were those self-inflicted?
Both.
Okay.
Yes, sir, both.
And you're talking about shotgun?
Yes, sir,
okay.
shotguns.
And I think you described those as execution-style killings.
Yes, sir. I would. If you put it on somebody's head from the side or the top, I would. That's how I would describe it.
Well, let me ask you: would you describe Paul's murder here as an execution-style killing?
In the context that someone executed him, yes, sir. But it wasn't in the top of the head.
I understand.
Yes, sir.
And that, and there was no signs of struggle. You agree with that?
I saw none. No, sir.
And would you agree with Mr. Palmbach that it appeared that Paul got caught by surprise?
I've said that from the start. That would account for his arms being down. Okay. Yes, sir.
And
or someone he was real comfortable with.
And even under your analysis, the shooter would have blood blow back blood on them. Is that correct?
I believe they would. Yes, sir.
It's just a matter of the quantity between you and Mr. Palmbach as to how much blood would.
Well, as I mentioned in my report, as you get closer to the muzzle of the gun, I think proportionally it's going to increase. You know, when I said 8 to 10% is what most of the literature says, that's behind the stock. But as you get proportionately closer to the muzzle end of the gun, that's going to increase because you're down at the business end where those pellets are coming out doing damage.
And in this case, you're talking about brain matter?
Yes, sir.
Blood?
Bone, yes, sir.
And getting hit from some skull fragments?
Yes, sir, that's possible.
Under your scenario as well?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
And lastly, how many murder have you worked where one person brings a high-powered assault weapon that has a magazine capacity of 20 or more rounds and a shotgun with maximum capacity maybe 3 shells?
Well, I have worked multiple murders where the available weapons there were used and several calibers were used, but I can't tell you from memory the other ones.
Logically, it would make sense that if you're going to go kill 2 people and you have a high-powered weapon with a high-capacity magazine, that was all you need to do the job, right?
Well, if the weapon's available, Mr. Griffin, if it's there and it's available and maybe it wasn't something that I put a lot of thought in, I'm probably going to use whatever's available.
Well, here we know there were 2 weapons available. There was a 12-gauge shotgun and a AR-15 style 300 blackout.
Yes, sir.
And both were used.
Yes, sir.
And there was sufficient capacity in the 300 blackout to kill both Maggie and Paul, correct?
Well, in a perfect scenario, a shotgun is what I would want at night with moving targets. But in a perfect scenario, a young man doesn't take a double-aught buckshot to the middle of the chest and walk away from it. So I don't know. I don't think like that. I don't know. But in the dark, I'd rather have a shotgun than that rifle.
Of course, and build it. Just a second. One more line of questioning. You demonstrated Mr. Palmbach's shot from the top of the head with Attorney General Wilson a moment ago?
Yes, sir.
Now, that was Mr. Palmbach never put anybody inside the door the way y'all demonstrated in his testimony, did he?
That is the way I understood it. Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, he said that. Well, can you come up here, Mr.
I mean, with the void, you're talking about the void. He said there's a void here, and this is where I believe the shooter would be, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. So if you'll come up here, Mr. Arbutlin, and let me find the dowel.
Let me bend down. Don't let him bend down like that.
No, I don't.
Come on, you want to point it
out. All right. So if you're coming out of the threat, you're going to get down.
down?
Yeah, get down. Almost to the ground.
Bend over like this?
Further. All the way. Yeah, you probably need to get down further, but you probably can't do that. But the shot to the head as he's coming out, right? Or boom.
He'd have to be twisted this way for it to work out with the arm if that was the
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But that's fine. That's fine. But Mr. Palmbach never said that they passed in the doorway, did he?
He might not have said those words, but that was my inference, that there's a void there. And when he's in the picture holding his hands here,
Right.
I took that to be Paul's head. So that's...
All right. Okay. Did you not understand when he was in the picture there? he was demonstrating what your angle had to be to make it work?
Well, I wasn't in the door with my angle.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's all we have.
Thank you.
Briefly, Your Honor. All right. Dr. Kinsey, you've had an opportunity to speak with Dr. Reimer, the pathologist that actually examined Maggie and Paul, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
And you had an opportunity to observe and listen to the testimony of Dr. I think it's Eisenstadt, who was the pathologist that did not examine Maggie and Paul, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
You've also had an opportunity to go to the crime scene and observe the feed room, observe the areas where both Maggie and Paul were murdered, correct?
That is correct.
You've had an opportunity to observe all the brain matter and tissue and the defects in the doors and the wood and everything and get a complete context for what happened that night, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Is Dr. Reimer or Dr. Eisenstadt's conclusions about the trauma to the bodies, which one of them is more consistent with what happened at the crime scene as you observed with your expert background?
Well, I'll start by saying I don't know either one of them from a can of paint. This was my first time ever meeting Dr. Reimer, but my opinions are consistent with hers. I vary a little bit on the distance, but like I said, I'm not going to argue with a pathologist. I'm not that kind of doctor.
Real quick, you differ with her a little bit on the distance of what?
Of the fatal shot to Paul's shoulder, I believe it was a little bit closer, and I can't account for that lack of stippling. But other than that, her opinions and my opinions are fairly consistent.
But that would not change, that difference of opinion would not change your conclusions either way?
No, sir, they would not.
For the sake of this redirect, let's assume for a moment that the angle of impact and the direction that the defense posed were accurate. Are there other variables that the defense expert didn't account for that could change the height of the shooter?
Well, as I demonstrated, positioning, distance, height, the way you're holding the weapon that could place those cartridge cases there. It's nothing uniform about it. As I said, it's static and dynamic.
So the shooter is running around and the victim is moving, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's chaotic.
Yes, sir.
It's crazy.
Yes, sir. I would imagine it was.
There's no way to know, unless you were there, how the gun was being shouldered, where it was being held, the angle. There's no way to know that.
I have no way of knowing that.
You were asked about how much you were being paid to be here today. Do you recall what the hourly rates of the defense experts were when they testified?
I do.
Can you go ahead and tell me what those were?
Some was $350 an hour, some was $650 an hour, and I think one was $5,500 a day, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh. Jim, pictures you just put into evidence. Oh. I got them right here. I just found them. Thank you. Okay, I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 197. Do you know when that picture was taken?
I have no idea.
Okay, sir. I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 196. Do you know when that picture was taken?
I have no idea. No, sir.
Is there anything about the defects of that photo that stand out to you other than just concrete defects?
They're not very uniform, but no, sir, other than that.
Does that photo tell you anything?
It tells me nothing. No, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Quite well.
Anything further? Thank you. You may step down. Any further witnesses by the state?
Your Honor, in the rebuttal case, the state rests.
Ladies and gentlemen, the state has rested. going to have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case. Everyone be seated. Any comments you want to make, Mr. Harpootlian or Mr. Griffin, about Sir rebuttal?
Sorry.
About Sir rebuttal, Sir reply.
No, thank you.
All right. So we've run out of time today as far as the jury view. We're going to take a recess for me to confer with counsel.
All rise. Be seated.
Okay, that's the end of all of the testimony. I don't know whether or not another motion or matter of law needs to be addressed. At the end of reply,
Yes.
do you need to preserve the record any further?
No, sir.
All right. So we need to discuss jury charges, also the jury view. Yes, sir.
We just want to, I'm not sure I've read a case on this, but renew all previously made motions concerning directed verdict so as to preserve them. I'm not going to argue the grounds.
Yes, sir. That's what I was suggesting, and to preserve the record. And the court denies any motions regarding dismissals or directed verdicts. So we need to have the jury come. You bring the jury. Okay, very good. Ladies and gentlemen, you have now heard all of the testimony and received all of the evidence in the case, and we are essentially done for the day. But when you return tomorrow morning, we're going to have an escort take you all to the subject property, Moselle, to have a jury view of the location. And I will be there as well to ensure things go as they should. But I need to instruct you as to how it happens and give you this instructions. And that is that you'll be taken to the scene of the alleged crimes. And while you are on your way to the scene and from the scene, you are not allowed to discuss the case with anyone, including your fellow jurors. And you're not allowed while there to ask any questions of anyone who may be there, including any law enforcement personnel or any other court officials. If you have any questions, you can only ask me. You still have not heard closing arguments and have not begun deliberating. So the way tomorrow is expected to go, you will come, you have the jury view. After the jury view, you'll return for closing arguments. Then I will instruct you as to the law that you are to apply. Then you will deliberate in an effort to reach a verdict. But it's absolutely essential that you understand that you're being taken there to view the scene. Now, it has been a year and a half or more since June 7th of 2021, since the alleged crime occurred, and things have changed, or most likely have changed. We have different season of the year, just change of circumstances as far as the property is concerned. So you have to take that in mind and certainly consider that, but still it's the same location, and I've determined that it would be beneficial to you to be able to observe the scene that everyone has been talking about. And we'll do that tomorrow morning. So I want you, we'll prepare to leave now. I'm going to have you go back to the jury room and talk with the bailiff for a moment, and then you all will be dismissed for the day, and I'll instruct the personnel to take you directly to the scene at the designated time tomorrow morning, which would be 9:30. Do y'all get here before 9:30, like 9 o'clock? So we'll say 9:30, but but you may leave before 9:30, since apparently you all get here pretty early. So we'll see how that works tomorrow morning. So if you'll go to the jury room now, and we'll prepare to dismiss for today, and we'll see you all after the view tomorrow morning. So if you go to the jury room. Okay, as I stated, the scene will be secure, and the law enforcement will ensure that no one is there to distract or to interfere with the jury view. I'm going to administer an oath to the people who will be transporting the jury, bailiffs, deputies, whoever they are. Danny Gregory, if y'all will come forward now. Danny Gregory, Reuben Carter, Bill Polk, and Taylor Flynn. All right, I'm going to give you all an oath. If y'all will come and stand, and I'll administer the oath to you. All right, and if you first just state your names.
Reuben Carter.
Taylor Flynn.
Daniel Gregory.
Bill Polk.
All right, if you all raise your right hands, please. Do you swear that you will keep the jurors during the time you escort them to the property on Moselle, or at Moselle, and you'll return them to the jury room, and that you will now allow no person to speak to them, including yourself, while you have them in your custody, unless the court otherwise gives you permission. If you accept that oath, please say I do.
I do.
All right. Thank you very much. And as I've said to the jury, the plan is to, since I've told them now about the jury review, is that when they meet in the morning, I intend to go, and maybe the clerk or one or two of the court folks, but we'll go there prior to the jurors, prior to them coming here. Any questions about anything? Okay. Very good. And Mr. Pope, I need to speak to you for just a second. To you for a second. I think it was just Mr. Pope, right? All right, I'm going to meet with the lawyers and discuss jury charges. Anything else before we adjourn for the day?
Your Honor. Not from the state, Your Honor.
All right, very well. We're in adjournment. Let's see. Now, I want to say adjourn till 9:30, but we'll have the jury review at 9:30. We need the court reporters. If you all stand by, we're going to adjourn until 10:30. We're not adjourning. We're going to discuss jury charges.
I guess what I'm saying is, if we go out there, and I mean, I understand we're allowed to go out there and watch the jury if they look at things and not speak with them. You think they'll be back here by what time?
I'm thinking 10:30.
They're going to leave here at 9:30?
Maybe before 9:30. We're going to figure all that out, but we may not be back exactly at 10:30, but we're going to shoot for 10:30. It may be 11 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Maybe 11:30.
Well, we'll be
Well,
out
let's
there.
say 11 o'clock. How about that?
Soon not.
I mean, I don't know. You know, it's whenever we get back, really.
Typically, if I'm at Moselle with the jurors and they're not, it takes 25 minutes to get there. They're going to be probably there for an hour, 25 minutes, so that's about 2 hours total. I just didn't want to have to.
We'll say 11 o'clock.
That'd be great. Thank you.
11 o'clock. Yeah. And we'll be in adjournment until we.
Arguing when they get back, arguing and charging tomorrow.
Yes. Argue, charge, deliberation tomorrow.
Right. Yeah. All righty then.
All right. Very good. And whether we deliberate will depend upon what time argument ends.